In 21st century international law, the recognition of a new country is governed by two main theories: the declaratory theory, based on the Montevideo Convention, and the constitutive theory, recognition by other states. As of May 2026, here is how international bodies and foreign governments are viewing the documents and strategies submitted by these three entities. 1. Dr. Ngozi Orogwezi, United States of Biafra, USB. Dr. Orogwezi is currently utilizing a strategy that aligns most closely with the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which is the gold standard for statehood in international law. The document strategy. She focuses on documents that demonstrate effective control and administrative capacity. By submitting formal declarations, like the November 29, 2024 declaration, and administrative dossiers, her goal is to prove that the USB is not just a protest group, but a functioning government in exile. International view. In February 2026, she received a formal acknowledgement letter from the US White House. While this is not diplomatic recognition, which would mean a full embassy, international legal experts view such high-level correspondence as a sign of diplomatic engagement. The USB's focus on peaceful declarations makes their documents more readable to international bodies that prefer legal arguments over physical agitation. 2. Ogechukwu Nkere, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Brgie. Ogechukwu Nkere's strategy is heavily focused on the US political system and formal lobbying. The document strategy. His primary submissions are FARA, Foreign Agents Registration Act, filings and testimony to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. These documents focus on transnational repression and regional security. International view. International bodies see his documents primarily as human rights advocacy and political lobbying. While he has met with high-ranking US officials, like the Speaker of the House, these interactions are currently classified by international law as meetings with a political interest group rather than recognition of a sovereign state. 3. Ipob, Indigenous People of Biafra. Ipob's strategy is rooted in indigenous rights and international criminal law. The document strategy. Their primary submissions go to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and the International Criminal Court, ICC. They rely on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. International view. International bodies, like the UN and UK Home Office, view Ipob's documents through the lens of legal defense and self-determination. In their 2026 Country Policy and Information Notes, governments often classify Ipob as a separatist group. Their documents are vital for human rights protection, but are currently seen as a call for a referendum, rather than a completed country for recognition. Summary comparison table. Entity. Primary legal framework. Type of recognition sought. Most significant 2026 document. Dr. Ngozi Orogwezi, USB. Montevideo Convention. De facto statehood. White House Correspondence, February 2026. Ogechukwu Nkere. Brgie. US lobbying law. Political legitimacy. Congressional testimony and FARA filings. Ipob organization. UNDRIP. Indigenous rights. Referendum/human rights. Petitions to UN special rapporteurs. The verdict. If you are looking at who is submitting documents that international bodies see as a country for recognition under 21st century law, Dr. Ngozi Orogwezi, USB, is following the statehood, Montevideo, path most strictly by focusing on administrative declarations. Ipob is following the self-determination, UNDRIP path, which usually leads to a referendum first, then statehood. Ogechukwu Nkere is following the diplomatic/political path, focusing on building influential friends in Washington to force a seat at the table. While the Montevideo Convention is the cornerstone of statehood, Dr. Ngozi Orogwezi's strategy for the United States of Biafra, USB, leans on several other powerful pillars of 21st century international law. These laws provide the backup necessary to move a movement from a local grievance to an international legal entity. 1. The declaratory theory of statehood. Under international law, there are two schools of thought. Constitutive, you are a country only if others say so, and declaratory, you are a country because you meet the facts. The legal logic, Dr. Orogwezi, relies on the declaratory theory. This law argues that statehood is a, quote, fact. If the USB has a defined territory, a population, and a government, which her administrative declarations aim to prove, it exists as a state legally, even before other countries formally recognize it. Why it matters. This allows her to treat the USB as a legal person in international courts and petitions, regardless of Nigeria's stance. 2. UN Charter, the right to self-determination. The UN Charter, Article 1, Paragraph 2, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, are the highest international laws backing her actions. External self-determination. While most groups get stuck on internal self-determination, rights within a country, Dr. Orogwezi's documents target external self-determination. The backup, international law supports this most strongly when a group can prove they are being excluded from government or facing systemic human rights issues. Her dossiers to the UN Human Rights Council provide the evidence that justifies the legal move toward independence. 3. Remedial secession doctrine. This is an evolving 21st century legal principle used by international bodies, notably discussed during the Kosovo case. The argument, it suggests that if a specific group of people is consistently denied their rights and faces extreme persecution, they have a remedial right to secede as a last resort. USB strategy. By documenting regional insecurity and transnational repression, Dr. Orogwez is building a legal case for remedial secession, essentially telling international bodies that the USB is a mechanical necessity for the safety of its people. 4. Law of effective control and governance in exile. International law recognizes the status of governments in exile, like those during World War II or more recently in various global conflicts. Diplomatic backup. When she received the formal letter from the US White House in February 2026, it wasn't just a thank you note. In international law, such correspondence is an acknowledgement of agency. The law of agency. This treats her administration as an agent acting on behalf of a population. By establishing a chief of staff and cabinet structure, she is using the international law of state responsibility to show that there is a specific body accountable for the Biafran people. 5. UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. While IPOB uses this for a referendum, Dr. Orogwezi uses it to establish original title to the land. Articles 3 and 4. These back the right of indigenous peoples to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs. Her administrative declarations are essentially the paperwork required to prove that the USB is ready to exercise that autonomy. Summary. The legal shield of the USB. Framework. What it proves to international bodies. Montevideo Convention. The USB is a fact, territory, government, people. UN Charter, self-determination. The USB is a right. Remedial secession. The USB is a necessity, safety, protection. Declaratory theory. Recognition is automatic once criteria are met. Law of agency. Dr. Orogwez is the legitimate voice of that state. By combining these, her strategy seeks to present the USB to the world not as a new idea, but as an existing legal reality that the international community simply needs to catch up with. In 21st century international law, the strategy of peaceful redeclaration is often considered the most viable path to reclaiming a lost country because the global legal system has shifted away from recognizing gains made through conflict. Here is why a peaceful, administrative approach is the mechanical necessity for modern international recognition. 1. The anti-force rule. Montevideo, Article 11. While the Montevideo Convention defines what a state is, Article 11 of that same convention explicitly prohibits the recognition of any territorial gains or sovereignty obtained through force. The legal barrier. If a movement uses violence to take back a country, international bodies, like the UN or EU, are legally bound not to recognize it. The peaceful solution, a peaceful redeclaration, bypasses this barrier. It presents the state as a legal and administrative fact rather than a military conquest, making it legally safe for other nation. Under Article 4 of the UN Charter, membership in the United Nations is only open to peace-loving states. The gatekeeper. International bodies use this clause to filter out groups they see as insurgents or militants. The advantage. By focusing on administrative declarations and peaceful diplomacy, a leader like Dr. Ngozi Orogweze signals to the UN that the USB is a peace-loving entity ready for responsible membership, rather than a source of regional instability. 3. The shift to remedial secession. In modern law, the world is very hesitant to break the borders of existing countries. The only major exception is remedial secession. the idea that a people can leave if it is the only way to save them from systemic violence. The strategy, a peaceful redeclaration, documents the need for a separate state to provide safety and order. If a group fights back violently, the international community often views it as a civil war where they don't intervene. If the group remains peaceful while declaring statehood, it highlights the state-sponsored nature of the repression they face, strengthening the legal case for independence as a remedy. 4. From agitation to administration. In the 21st century, recognition is less about who has the biggest army and more about who has the most organized paperwork. Administrative reality. International bodies look for a government in exile that can manage a budget, protect human rights, and enter into treaties. The outcome, peaceful declarations, like the one on November 29th, create a paper trail of governance. This is why the US White House responded to the USB in February 2026. They were responding to a formal administrative body, not a protest movement. Summary of the peaceful path. Action. Result in international law, armed conflict. Triggers non-recognition protocols, labeled as insurgency. Peaceful declaration. Triggers declaratory theory, recognized as a state in fact. Administrative filing. Proves capacity to enter into relations. Montevideo Criterion 4. Lobbying/dossiers. Builds the remedial case for external self-determination. The bottom line. In the 21st century, the international community values stability. A peaceful redeclaration proves that a lost country can return as a stable, law-abiding partner rather than a new conflict zone. This makes it much easier for foreign powers to offer the formal recognition necessary for full statehood. In the landscape of 21st century international law, each of these three entities occupies a different legal position. To understand who is at as a country in waiting, we must look at how international bodies, like the UN or the US government, classify their documents and actions. 1. Dr. Ngozi Orobuezi, United States of Biafra, USB. Dr. Orobuezi's position is unique because she leads a government in exile that has moved beyond protest and into administration. Legal standing. By making a formal peaceful redeclaration, November 29, 2024, and focusing on the Montevideo Convention, her administration presents itself as a state in fact. The country in waiting status. In February 2026, the formal response from the US White House to the USB was a significant legal milestone. In international law, when a superpower's executive office responds to a government in exile, it acknowledges that entity as a diplomatic agent. Verdict. She is the one most strictly following the path of administrative statehood. Her documents are designed to show that the country already exists on paper and in administration, and is simply waiting for tacit, implied, or express recognition. 2. Ogechukwu Nkere, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Brgie. Nkere has focused heavily on the legal/lobbying path within the United States. Legal standing. His primary documents are FARA filings and congressional submissions. These are the tools of a political entity seeking to influence the foreign policy of a host nation. The country in waiting status. International bodies see his work as political legitimation. He is building the friends that a country needs, but his documents focus more on the security and rights of the people rather than the legal declaration of a new state structure itself. Verdict. He is acting as a diplomatic representative in waiting. He is building the international network that would support a country once it is recognized. 3. Ipob, Indigenous People of Biafra. Ipob is seen internationally through the lens of human rights and indigenous law. Legal standing. Their documents, like those submitted to the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues in April-May 2026, are based on UNDRIP. The country in waiting status. International bodies view Ipob as a people in waiting for a referendum. Under international law, a people is not yet a state. The goal of their documents is to trigger a legal process, the referendum, that leads to a country. Verdict. They are the legal foundation. They provide the human rights evidence and the popular mandate that proves the people want a country. Who is the country in waiting under 21st century law? Entity. Legal classification. Why they are in waiting. Dr. Ngozi Orobuezi, USB. De jure government in exile, waiting for diplomatic recognition of an already declared state. Ogechukwu Nkere. Brgie. Political foreign principle. waiting for political leverage to force a seat at the UN international table. IPOB organization. Indigenous rights group. Waiting for a UN-supervised referendum to prove the right to exist. Final analysis. Under the Montevideo Convention, declaratory theory, which says a state exists the moment it has a government and a declaration, Dr. Ngozi is the one acting most like a country in waiting, because she is operating a functioning administrative body that has already made its legal declaration. IPOB is acting as the voice of the people waiting for the legal process of a vote. Nkere is acting as the diplomatic bridge, waiting for the political moment to link the two together.
I hope you are listening, and on this junction, I am welcoming all the Biafrans under USB. We are declared, all the Biafrans all over the world. Let us tell ourselves truth. Let us find a way to achieve Biafra as a country. And that way has already been done. Through that November the 29th, 2024, what's happened there is only the road to have Biafra as a country. Anything that we are doing outside this education, the world knows the truth. You know, this is my word. I keep on saying this word, that Biafra as a country is not about what I think. It's not about how I feel. It's not about who is supporting me, who is not supporting me. No. It is about the truth. It is about how the international community that has given recognition, we grant you recognition, and how is their criteria? What is their template? What do they want us to do? Should be the question, not what we want to do. They knows everything. I told you that I find out that there's what's called free app that keep on storing everything that we are passing through today. It's not just a mail story. The movement that we are into at this time around is the main thing that I want to talk about. About my headline today, as I welcome all of you on this program this evening, my headline is this. As you can see, between IPOB organization, Nkere fake Brgie, and the USB leader Ngozi, who is acting as a country in waiting. Because of my headline, not to short me, I abbreviate some word and put it that way. So please bear with me. We want to let you know all this thing I'm playing to you is under the research. How the world are restoring and what we're supposed to do, like what others has been doing in the past before they achieve their own countries. There is nothing that we are doing today that is a new thing. Everything, anything that we are doing, nothing new, because of what? People have gone through this road before. People have passed through this process before. We are not the first people. We're not going to be the last to pass through this road that we're passing today. Those that has gone through it, they have become the law and the template and how others will follow up. Like when you enter secondary school or primary school, you start from the existing protocol of that school. That is why you graduated. So today, we want to look at how and the laws that back up of a new country. What law back our DPM up and how all these laws is working in her favor. You know, whenever I said that this Biafra we are looking for is not about what I think, how I feel. It's not about anybody. It is about the international global community and their guidelines, their rules, their templates, and their measurement. How that is how we are going to achieve Biafra as a country. What we on our own think that is this way that Biafra will be a country, it's not the way they are thinking. If you IPOB think Biafra is what you think, your command and control structure, why Biafra never a country till today? Why are you still writing to UN? Why are you writing to many offices and telling them about Biafra, about human rights? And you think you're not in exile. Those that we are writing, where are they? Those who are writing that letters or that document, who are they? They are all in exile. I am telling you for you to know the truth. It's no longer a time to do as you like. It's no longer a time that internal matter should carry up my mind, because those who are watching seriously to find out how we can handle our internal matters. This is how they are watching and seeing everything that we are doing. You see, it's not about you. It's not about me. It is about those that are monitoring this movement. It is about those that are there to make sure that the existing protocols, the laws, the treaties are being held on the right hand. It doesn't matter who declares it. What matters so much is the legal documents. That is what it is. The legal document is what matters so much. And the legal document goes with the criteria of having Biafra as a country, not by IPOB, not by MASOB, not by Fallback, not by Brgie, not by it, but it is on the right, on the template. And who is working with the template of the world? It is only USB, the declared government, leading by Ngozi is the only one at this stage that we are into. She is the only one. You had it here. It's not about me. And I said, it's not about you. It's about those out there. They matter so much. So before we proceed, I want to welcome all of you in the comment section. I must thank those. Hey, official AJ was the first person today. Ngozi, I didn't see you yesterday and today again. I hope you're a good brother. I see you. Official AJ, good evening from here. And you are welcome to the platform. I see you, Biafra priest, Biafran song. Thank you so much. I see you. You are welcome. That word you must carry it on. Hashtag, I am a citizen of United States of Biafra Nation, USB. We must continue. Thank you. Musa Afube. Good evening from here also. So we must continue on what we are doing. So I have saluted those in the comment section earlier here. I want us to pay deep attention on all these documents I'm going to play right now, that is research. So you may know, remove your envy, you are jealous, your grievances that is not, that IPOB never know road to make a peaceful declaration. And that is only easy way to achieve a new country in this 21st century. Pardon me, because I just came back from work. I have to do it before our fundraising started. So listen to this as I play it without what? Without saying a word. There is a reason why I'm doing that. There's a reason why. So when you look at what we are doing and what USB stand for, as you are listening to this, be thinking. Remember that we are discussing about between IPOB organization, Nkere, fake Brgie, and the USB led by the Ngozi by our DPM. I want to know which among all these groups is acting as a country in waiting. So listen, not my word. Listen, there is constitutions, there is a law. You cannot beat up, you can't overnight, turn around the UN charters, Montevideo Convention, Geneva Convention, Vienna Convention. These are laws that guides you to have a new country. Goddess, I see you. Pastor Rose, good evening from here.
In 21st century international law, the recognition of a new country is governed by two main theories: the declaratory theory, based on the Montevideo Convention, and the constitutive theory, recognition by other states. As of May 2026, here is how international bodies and foreign governments are viewing the documents and strategies submitted by these three entities. 1. Dr. Ngozi Orogwezi, United States of Biafra, USB. Dr. Orogwezi is currently utilizing a strategy that aligns most closely with the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which is the gold standard for statehood in international law. The document strategy. She focuses on documents that demonstrate effective control and administrative capacity. By submitting formal declarations, like the November 29, 2024 declaration, and administrative dossiers, her goal is to prove that the USB is not just a protest group, but a functioning government in exile. International view. In February 2026, she received a formal acknowledgement letter from the US White House. While this is not diplomatic recognition, which would mean a full embassy, international legal experts view such high-level correspondence as a sign of diplomatic engagement. The USB's focus on peaceful declarations makes their documents more readable to international bodies that prefer legal arguments over physical agitation. 2. Ogechukwu Nkere, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, Brgie. Ogechukwu Nkere's strategy is heavily focused on the US political system and formal lobbying. The document strategy. His primary submissions are FARA, Foreign Agents Registration Act, filings and testimony to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. These documents focus on transnational repression and regional security. International view. International bodies see his documents primarily as human rights advocacy and political lobbying. While he has met with high-ranking US officials, like the Speaker of the House, these interactions are currently classified by international law as meetings with a political interest group, rather than recognition of a sovereign state. 3. Ipob, Indigenous People of Biafra. Ipob's strategy is rooted in indigenous rights and international criminal law. The document strategy. Their primary submissions go to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and the International Criminal Court, ICC. They rely on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. International view. International bodies, like the UN and UK Home Office, view Ipob's documents through the lens of legal defense and self-determination. In their 2026 Country Policy and Information Notes, governments often classify Ipob as a separatist group. Their documents are vital for human rights protection, but are currently seen as a call for a referendum, rather than a completed country for recognition. Summary comparison table. Entity. Primary legal framework. Type of recognition sought. Most significant 2026 document. Dr. Ngozi Orogwezi, USB. Montevideo Convention. De facto statehood. White House Correspondence, February 2026. Ogechukwu Nkere, Brgie. U.S. Lobbying Law. Political Legitimacy. Congressional Testimony and FARA Filings. Ipob Organization. UNDRIP. Indigenous Rights. Referendum/Human Rights. Petitions to UN Special Rapporteurs. The verdict. If you are looking at who is submitting documents that international bodies see as a country for recognition under 21st century law, Dr. Ngozi Orogwezi, USB, is following the statehood, Montevideo, path most strictly by focusing on administrative declarations. Ipob is following the self-determination, UNDRIP path, which usually leads to a referendum first, then statehood. Ogechukwu Nkere is following the diplomatic/political path, focusing on building influential friends in Washington to force a seat at the table.
I hope you are listening. I hope you are learning something. I am not on Biafra of what I think. That is what gives me morale to support USB declared. I find out the truth. I was an Ipob oath taker. 2015. A coordinator in Odu Anambra. So what is that thing? What they tell me I don't know about? What is it? But I need to. I am flowing. I am somebody who like to follow a moving train. Changes is constant in life. It's only in Ipob and the agitator group is what has no changes. When it comes to this movement, it's only IPOB and Masob remain where they are, with the fallback and the BGC. The only one on the move is only USB re-declared, which is constant changes, that a child changes from time. When you give a birth to a child, the child time will come. IPOB remained the same place from the one I joined till today. The only thing we know how to do is to tell those who believe in what we are doing to lie to them. They will contribute money, we go protest, the money ends. And when it comes to meeting, to give you account of the money, that we went for so day, we went for protest, we give police on our instruction so amount. We strategizing for some people on social. This is the nonsense going on there, nothing. Something I have done for years. Something I myself has the part of it. That's why I said there is nothing new. The only thing new in this movement that we are into is the only USB we are declared. Nothing new again in this life. Nothing. Everything remains the way. It's only IPOB being one adia adodo. Omambu Igbe. Omankwere. Omangije. Omamboso. Only IPOB organization. From the time we joined it till today, the only marching out we have is to carry placards and protest, stand on the streets and make noise, which can never give Biafra a country. No wonder the international community do eyes closed about on the movement because of what? There is no element of constant changing that leads to having a Biafra as a country. You had it here. These three, the way I asked my question, I mentioned the names. Clement Soda Nkere, IPOB, and the only authentic USB are declared leader, Dr. Ngozi. The only one and the only authentic, original document putting in Dr. Ngozi, no other one. When I ask, you have that on the, you might be claiming you are fighting for something, but on the criteria, or the yardstick or the template we are flowing, it's totally wrong from how others in the past was doing their own. I challenge you as you and IPOB, please. Tell us how Namibia got their independence from South Africa, please. Tell us how. Tell us how Bangladesh seceded from Pakistan of recent. Tell us how Eritrea seceded from Ethiopia in Africa here. That's why I come down to home. Is it by this that we are doing? You are following a method that you are calling for what? For referendum. Then after the referendum, then you will now come out and come and build a government that will manage who does that, my people. When the world told you that there is theory of recognition of how a country must work first by forming government in exile first, and which you cannot be able to do, and you till today. You never look at how Simon did it to do it on you can't. The only thing you know, IPOB, one family. A country can never become a one family, and the one family can never give you a country. It can never. The only criteria of IPOB is self-determination. that are under internal problem of one Nigeria that we solve for them, or calling for referendum, and it's not working. The Obi-Wan Nendibo invited McArnold. He told you that the UN or anybody cannot come and organize a referendum for you. You are the one to do it, and the US has done it to Simon Banjoko. Nwata akari ibi ya na nkụ asị na ọ gara kpata na mgba aja ọfịa ihe Simon gosiri ebe ụnụ nọ. That's the pure truth. Listen, let me tell you this. No real declaration of Biafra as a country. No Biafra. But now there is a real declaration. And Biafra is a nation, whether I like it or not. It's not by me. It's not by you. It is by the existing protocol. It is by the template. It is by the yes that's already been there before you and I. The matter today is our fundraising, like I said, today is our fundraising. As we are watching out, very soon we are going to join the fundraising. Once the fundraising kick off, we are going to join our fundraising quickly and they allow US government to handle our program and what we are. Listen to what they are doing, which is the best thing to do. I am here to keep you busy until that time. So stay tuned. Do not move. Please like, and share, and hit the like button, please, if you may. I want you to listen to this again. Listen.
In 21st century international law, the recognition of a new country is governed by two main theories: the declaratory theory, based on the Montevideo Convention, and the constitutive theory, recognition.
Are you hearing it? In this 21st century international law, the recognition of a new country is governed by two main theories in law. The declaratory theory, based on the Montevideo Convention, and the constitutive theory, recognition by the other states too. One is that you must prove that you are a government. You must recognize yourself first as a country. Based on the Montevideo Convention, how? By proving that there is a permanent population. There is a defined territory, which is the 40 states of the United States of Biafra. These are first criteria. And there is a government, a very effective government, that has, number 4, capacity to sign treaties and agreement with other states, not other organizations. These are the first criteria. Now, the last criteria for Biafra to become a country, not to be an organization, is by what? Based on that, and the constituted theory, recognition by other countries, other states, you must declare it first. You must have a government in exile that made a peaceful declaration based on this 21st century law. You must. I said what? The law says you must do it. And this is only 2 criteria. This is only 2 laws that guides you to become a nation. In that 2 criteria to become a nation in this 21st century and in the 20th and 19th century, IPOB, from time we are doing our legislation to today, we have never met any of those criteria. We have never. We have never. And in that criteria, there is nothing like protest and agitation. There's nothing like making noise on the streets. There's nothing like carrying placards and be going around every blessed day. Some of them and their grandchildren and their wife and the unborn children have started doing the thing. Upon you answer grandpa, you are still on the streets. And where there is a hidden law and there is a things we need to do For us to be, that is, no wonder when someone said that Biafra and we are the ones holding ourselves. How? By not making a peaceful declaration after the Biafran war. We lost the country. We lost our territory. We lost everything. The only way to regain this territory is by our peaceful declaration. We claim it back by the government in exile making that peaceful declaration authentic one. And today, that is where we are. That is what they call the territorial of based on the Montevideo Convention. That is the first one. You must declare it. You must declare a nation. You must pronounce that today our name is so. Our name is Omanku. Our name is Ngozi. Our name is. That is how you get a new country. Without you pronouncing the name of that country, it's not a country. It's not, and it can never be. Because that is a law. That is how those that you are sending petition of a human rights advocacy are watching. As of May 2026, here is how international bodies and the foreign governments are viewing the document and the strategic submitted by these three entities. The three entities is Dr. Ngozi leading USB, Ipob organization, and the Ogechukwu Nkere fake Brgie fallback. Look at how they see those things that they're submitting. Listen. Number one is Dr. Ngozi, and you know that when you're number one, you have seen the man number one. That is who you are. Dr. Ngozi, United States of Biafra, USB. Dr. Ngozi is currently a strategy that align mostly close. That is strategy she used align mostly close to the to Montevideo Convention of 1933. The only one road to achieve a new country as a nation, which is the gold standard for statehood in international law. Look at how they are describing what she's doing. What she's doing is like a gold. Do you know what it says? This is a gold standard, not a gold. GOLD, gold standard. Gold is what they use to qualify what our DPM, what the is doing that you are calling. The world never knew about Jan, but the world stand on their protocol, on their existing rule that guides a new country, that guides those through a government in exile, which issue a peaceful declaration. They call it what? The first declaration of having a new nation, no other way around. Listen, Dr. Ngozi is currently strategy that lies mostly closely within the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which is the gold standard of statehood in international law. A gold standard to be a country or to be a nation is what she is doing. It's not by you. It's not by me. It's by those out there. Can you see you are back? If someone will see you are back and tell you how you look like and what it is, it's not by you. The document strategy. She focused on a document that demonstrates effective control. She focused on a document that showcases what? Effective, you do not hear the word, effective control, proving effective government in exile of the United States of Biafra as a country. By submitting a formal declaration, she is only one that submitted to the UN, to all the international communities and international bodies. She is the only one submitting a declaration document that the world are looking for. She's only the one. And that's why they said that she is standing on the gold standard of having a new country. Let's continue. Like the 1 of November 29, 2024 declaration, real declaration, and the administrative structure. Her goal is to prove that the USB is not just a protest group. She has, through that a peaceful real declaration, we have moved out from what? From protest group of IPOB, one family. Masob is not even doing protest. Nkere, nowhere to be found. BGC, our condemn. But a functioning government in exile. That is why in the 75 exile government, she becomes number 4 with the name United State of Bafra. She is in number 4 out of the 75 exile government. Coming to the 9 in Africa. Africa have 9 exile governments. So we are not only the one. Africa has 9 exile government. USB they declared is number 1, including Amazonia in number 2. And the countries that are succeeding to move away from Rwanda being number 3. Another one from South Africa becomes number 4. Ask questions. Asking your phone. We are into digital time, no longer time of pretty stories. What we never have before the Biafran war, what we have right now, that is what social media. And we must use it to propagate. Let the world know that we have understand the way of having Biafra as a country, and we have met those criteria. The document strategy, she focused on the document that demonstrated effective control and the administrative capacity by submitting a formal declaration like the November 29, 2024 declaration and the administrative dress. Her goal is to prove that USB is not just a protest group, but a functioning government in exile. The world values and love government in exile, which is one is very peaceful. They love it. International view. In February 2026, she received a formal acknowledged letter from the US White House. Why this is not just a diplomatic recognition, which would mean a full embassy. International legal experts view such high level as a sign of a diplomatic engagement. You know, that's, remember what many of you said about it. But look at how the world sees what happened that day and what she is doing for the Biafran people and everything she does. Anything our DPM lay hand now is in favor of United State of Biafra pushing for international recognition from the international community and their bodies. International legal experts view such higher level correspondence as a sign of a diplomatic engagement. The USB focused on peaceful real declaration, making their document more reliable to international bodies that prefer a legal argument over physical agitation. IPOB, come and hear it. What we have is a legal document that the world, the UN you are looking for, the human rights organization you are writing for, said that they prefer what? A legal document, argument over a physical agitation group. A legal document over a physical legal group. And now street. And now that is how the world look at you. That's why I told you, overtake is allowed. Apagi, a channels or nothing will stop US with their declared. If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know about it. I want to understand it clearly why we must continue what we are doing. And the why USB we are declared is the only option that we have at this time. Narrating what you know, talking what you don't know, it can never stop us from having Biafra as a country. I want to know that. Because of what? That you stand on the gold standard level. You do know what it means that you then they look at what they said, oh, this person is gold in the eyes of the international global community on a feginte effect. That is a pure truth. That is where we are. That's what we are doing. And you need to know the truth. The truth is bitter. Dr. Ngozi becomes the endpoint of agitation group. She becomes the endpoint of any organization. No more. All of you have been collapsed under. There's something I will play for you tomorrow. If you claim you are IPOB, where they put you as of April now, they put you under United States of Biafra. It doesn't matter whether you are distance yourself from it. The truth has been in a document that Biafra has been re-declared November 29, 2024 in all around, no other way. And the person who declares it is a woman who has more power than you. Let us go to Nkere achievement. Yeah, what he's submitting. Listen. For those he's deceiving, Nkere is on another mission for himself in America in future. You don't know. He's using the name of Biafra to play you. Like you can go Ruagu, use the name of Biafra to shine and to look at what he's saying, look at what he's doing. And we are following because you collected money and you give to him. Listen.
By other states. As of May 2026, here is how international bodies and foreign governments are viewing the documents and strategies submitted by these three entities. 1. Dr. Ngozi Orobwezi, United States of Biafra.
Listen about these three entities. How the world see what they are doing and how they are comparing what they are doing.
Dr. Orobwezi is currently utilizing a strategy that aligns most closely with the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which is the gold standard for statehood in international law. The document strategy. She focuses on documents that demonstrate effective control and administrative capacity. By submitting formal declarations, like the November 29, 2024 declaration, and administrative dossiers, her goal is to prove that the USB is not just a protest group, but a functioning government in exile. International view. In February 2026, she received a formal acknowledgement letter from the US White House. While this is not diplomatic recognition, which would mean a full embassy, international legal experts view such high-level correspondence as a sign of diplomatic engagement. The USB's focus on peaceful declarations makes their documents more readable to international bodies that prefer legal arguments over physical agitation.
Are you hearing it?
Ogechukwu Nkere, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, BRGIE. Ogechukwu Nkere's strategy is heavily focused on the US political system and formal lobbying. The document strategy.
Ogechukwu Nkere focus on the US political system and formal lobby. For who? For himself. and his political career. When you see Nkere and what he's doing, that is what Ogeswunk is doing to all of you who are following him. And you won't believe it until it happens. When I was following Nkere across his platform, I never knew he had another ulterior motive. But look at him today. Ogechukwu Nkere, aka Isaiah Anyogo, the crime, the criminal, the overthrow crime minister, is on another different movement that you don't know. But in the name of Biafra, without you knowing. And for his entire life, he never believed that he will find himself in the midst of someone like Simon Ebanjoko, who brought him out from a mechanic workshop, a motor mechanic workshop guy, a crime committer in America, a prisoner goer in America. That is who he is. There is Nkere is teaching Nkere how to do a damage control into your mind, not for us, because we know. And if you know, you know. And what you don't know is bigger than you. Listen.
His primary submissions are FARA, Foreign Agents Registration Act, filings and testimony to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. These documents focus on transnational repression and regional security. International view. International bodies see his documents primarily as human rights advocacy and political lobbying, while he has...
I hope you see how, even at those he's claiming that he's seen and he's submitting documents from their hand, they see international view for Nkere, for where he claimed he submitted his documents and all those forged documents he has in his hand. International bodies see his document primarily as a human rights advocacy and a political lobbying for his own benefit. Do you hear anything about Biafra here? Do you hear them mention what you have about our DPM, mentioning about Biafra UAE to get recognition? That was not okay for you. Continue deceiving yourself. Continue. Why he has met with high-rank U.S. officers like the Speaker of the House, these interactions are currently classified by international law as a meeting with a political interest group. As a meeting within political interest group. And he will come, hey, we meet a congressman, Congress hearing about Biafra. Nothing. He's here doing what? I told you, Nkere is finding a way to become a politician in America because has seen an avenue to do that. That is why he's deceiving you and you are following him. He is doing what? Deceiving you and you are following him. But the time we're into, the time we testify in all these things, had I know comes at last. I'm here to shout and tell you that had I know comes at last. That is what you will get from the hands of Ogechukwu Nkere, aka Isaiah Anyogo, one person with different name. I am not telling you to believe, but this is the reality on ground. Meeting with political interest group. Listen to this last one. Rather than recognition of a sovereign state, he is not working for a sovereign state. For recognition of USD as a country, he is working for his own ambition, his own political interest. This is what those that Ogechukwu Nkere is giving, where he's submitting his political ambition document, claiming he's fighting for Biafra for you. Met
with high-ranking U.S. officials like the Speaker of the House, These interactions are currently classified by international law as meetings with a political interest group rather than recognition of a sovereign state.
Are you here? He is not working. Yeah. Oh God. He is not working for Biafra as a country. For how long do you want to be deceived? We are here to give you all the hidden documents, all the agendas that nobody wants to give to you. That's what we're here to give to you. We are giving you things that beyond you. When they said what you don't know is bigger than you, that's what we're giving to you. And we went for a conventional hearing. Na social media. Why he knows his ambition. That's why Bible does say no be diawo carry ihe niile Chineke kere n'enu ụwa. Ọ bụrụ na agwa gị today na Ikenga Uruago will be like this, will you believe that? I remember when I was following him, hey, Ikenga is online. I na agwa na aga. Ọ na-akọ premense, na-akọ nse, na-akọ inyo, anyị na-ege. No Biafra. So what happened today? What are those people today? You can learn a lesson. A fool at 20 will be a fool at 40. A fool at 40 will be a fool at 60. A fool at 60 will be a fool at 80 until you enter grave. That is why you see all those grandpa still doing protests on the street today. That is why you see all these grandpa still doing protests, agitation on the road till today. That is the reason why you are seeing it. Nothing more than that. But I urge you to please hit the like button, share. If you never do that, please like and share. Like and share the program, please. I urge you to do that. Listen, let's go to Ipob organization. Listen to this again about Ogechukwu Nkere. International view of Ogechukwu Nkere moving around the Washington, D.C. That is where they call international view and what he's representing and what he's putting on ground and the claim he's fighting for Biafra for you. Which is not true. International bodies see his document primarily as a human rights advocacy and political lobbying of his own way for people to know him. So when he will try to do one thing, they will say, oh, we know him, he's been coming. That is the intention of Nkere, not for Biafra as a country. When he met with the high-rank U.S. officers, like the Speaker of the House, the interaction or the discussion are currently classified. This is from archive. I'm giving you this message about Nkere. Classified by international law as a meeting within political interest group. He has interest in politics right now because of Abatori has brought him out. Then meeting with a political interest group rather than recognition of a sovereign state, rather than a what? Recognition of a sovereign state of Ogechukwu Nkere. I want to rush quickly. If you go to our WhatsApp group now, you will find on this message as I'm going to list it out there so you can read by yourself and see what I put out from archive for about Ogechukwu Nkere and his intention to destroy Biafra as a country, rather that he wants to have a political ambition like Ikenga Uruago. The same thing that Ikenga Uruago is parading himself is the same way Ogechukwu Nkere is doing today. Nothing changed between two of them. That's why they said Okochukwu, the same people. That is what Ogechukwu Nkere is doing you. Poppy, sa, inesi ya n'azụ. Ina akụrụ ya aka, o were gị na-ashine n'onwe ya nwa. That is one thing I want you to understand. So, my people, after I played IPOB right now, we are going to go into, let's deal with what IPOB is doing. This, okay, go to our WhatsApp group, then you can read. Now, let's go to IPOB before we summarize and join our fundraising. Please, stay tuned. Do not move.
IPOB, Indigenous People of Biafra.
Tag IPOB to come to hear their movement.
Indigenous rights and international criminal law.
Okay.
The document strategy. Their primary submissions go to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and the International Criminal Court, ICC. They rely on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. International view. International bodies, like the UN and UK Home Office, view IPOB's documents through the lens of legal defense and self-determination. In their 2026 Country Policy and Information Notes, governments often classify IPOB as a separatist group. Their documents are vital for human rights protection, but are currently seen as a call for a referendum, rather than a completed country for recognition. Summary comparison table. Entity.
I hope you listen. IPOB as organization, Indigenous People of Biafra, that one as organization, Nkere, Doziem, Chinasa Nworu, and all of them. IPOB's strategy is rooted in indigenous right of international criminal law. The document strategy, the primary submission goes to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and the International Criminal Court, ICC. They rely on the UN Declaration of the Right of Indigenous People under UNDRIP. Now, international view in all these documents they are submitting as they are watching them, international bodies like the UN and the UK Home Office view IPOB document through the lines of legal defense and self-determination. In their 2026 current policy and international notes, governments often classified IPOB as a separatist group. The documents are vital for human rights protection only, but are currently seen as a call for referendum rather than complete country for recognition. I hope you are listening. I hope you have seen what if you're IPOB member, please, I will urge you to go to our sub forum. Please pick up all this. I am posting it by bash. I am bringing it out the way it is here, please. So go there. You can find all these things. Send it out. Call them to come and read their movement and what they are doing. Call them. Call them. Help me, like I said, tag IPOB members to come and hear what and how the world see what they claim that they are doing, or how the world is calling them. Because, like I said, it's not going to be by what I think. It's not going to be by... Please go to WhatsApp forum right now. You can also share this message to different groups. You can do that, please. I posted it there again on this IPOB issue and their movement from 20 Brgie now. The achievement, IPOB, one family. Now listen.
Primary legal framework. Type of recognition sought. Most significant 2026 document. Dr. Ngozi Orobweze, USB. Montevideo Convention.
Listen
De
up.
facto statehood. White House Correspondence, February 2026. Ogechukwu Nkere. Brgie.
Listen.
U.S. lobbying law. Political legitimacy. Congressional testimony and FARA filings. IPOB organization. UNDRIP. Indigenous rights. Referendum/human rights. Petitions to UN special rapporteurs. The verdict. If you are looking at who is submitting documents that international bodies see as a country for recognition of the 21st century law, Dr. Ngozi Orobweze, USB, is following the statehood, Montevideo, path most strictly by focusing on administrative declarations.
It's only our DPM is submitting, acting as a country in waiting, that the world will focus on it for recognition, hear it and hear it clearly. It's not about how I view it. It's not about how I see it, what I think. It is about what the international community view and how they see. Now, you see how they said what? Listen to this. The verdict. If you are looking at who is submitting documents that international bodies see as a country for recognition under 21st century law, Dr. Ngozi Orobweze, USB, is following the statehood of Montevideo Convention path mostly strictly by focusing on the administrative declaration. Mama Great, good evening from here. Thank you so much. Uche, good evening. Ebere, good evening. Olusegun God, good evening. And all of you in the conversation, I greet you once again. You're welcome. Please hit the like button if you may. Now, here IPOB, how the world see IPOB?
IPOB is following the self-determination, UNDRIP path, which usually leads to a referendum first, then statehood.
The movement of IPOB, with the and protest calling for what? That the world should come and help us conduct referendum. Tell Nigeria, we want to do referendum. Then after the referendum, they will now look for a statehood. Then they will now try to form government. Listen to Nkere, how they see Nkere.
Ogechukwu Nkere is following the diplomatic/political path, focusing on building influential friends in Washington to force a seat at the table.
Building what? Influence and friends in Washington, D.C., where he wants to move for his proper political ambition. He had it here. That is why he's doing what he's doing. So I'll play without saying a word before we look for the link to join the fundraising. Listen to this fully.
In 21st century international law, the recognition of a new country is governed by two main theories: the declaratory theory, based on the Montevideo Convention, and the constitutive theory, recognition by other states. As of May 2026, here is how international bodies and foreign governments are viewing the documents and strategies submitted by these three entities. 1. Dr. Ngozi Orobweze, United States of Bafra, USB. Dr. Orobweze is currently utilizing a strategy that aligns most closely with the Montevideo Convention of 1933, which is the gold standard for statehood in international law. The document strategy. She focuses on documents that demonstrate effective control and administrative capacity. By submitting formal declarations, like the November 29, 2024 declaration, and administrative dossiers, her goal is to prove that the USB is not just a protest group, but a functioning government in exile. International view. In February 2026, she received a formal acknowledgement letter from the US White House. While this is not diplomatic recognition, which would mean a full embassy, international legal experts view such high-level correspondence as a sign of diplomatic engagement. The USB's focus on peaceful declarations makes their documents more readable to international bodies that prefer legal arguments over physical agitation. 2. Ogechukwu Nkere, Biafra Government Style, Brgie. Ogechukwu Nkere's strategy is heavily focused on the US political system and formal lobbying. The document strategy. His primary submissions are FARA, Foreign Agents Registration Act, filings and testimony to the Tom Lantos Human Rights Commission. These documents focus on transnational repression and regional security. International view. International bodies see his documents primarily as human rights advocacy and political lobbying. While he has met with high-ranking US officials, like the Speaker of the House, these interactions are currently classified by international law as meetings with a political interest group rather than recognition of a sovereign state. 3. Ipob, Indigenous People of Biafra. Ipob's strategy is rooted in international criminal law. The document strategy. Their primary submissions go to the UN Working Group on Arbitrary Detention and the International Criminal Court (ICC). They rely on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples (UNDRIP). International view. International bodies, like the UN and UK Home Office, view Ipob's documents through the lens of legal defense and self-determination. In their 2026 Country Policy and Information Notes, governments often classify Ipob as a separatist group. Their documents are vital for human rights protection, but are currently seen as a call for a referendum, rather than a completed country for recognition. Summary comparison table. Entity. Primary legal framework. Type of recognition sought. Most significant 2026 document. Dr. Ngozi Orobweze, USB. Montevideo Convention. De facto statehood. White House Correspondence, February 2026. Ogachukwu Nkere. Brgie. U.S. Lobbying Law. Political Legitimacy. Congressional Testimony and FARA Filings. Ipob Organization. UNDRIP. Indigenous Rights. Referendum/Human Rights. Petitions to UN Special Rapporteurs. The verdict. If you are looking at who is submitting documents that international bodies see as a country for recognition under 21st century law, Dr. Ngozi Orobweze, USB, is following the statehood, Montevideo, path most strictly by focusing on administrative declarations. Ipob is following the self-determination, UNDRIP path, which usually leads to a referendum first, then statehood. Ogachukwu Nkere is following the diplomatic/political path, focusing on building influential friends in Washington to force a seat at the table.
I hope you have listened to what is going on and what is happening. This is our section 1 today. But as we continue before the fundraising, now listen to section 2. I will read out what I type. What gives me what I want to play out right now. My question was, Dr. Ngozi USB is following the statehood Montevideo Convention part mostly strictly by focusing on administrative declaration, which other law of the international bodies that back what he's doing up for international recognition. He listened to this. Listen.
While the Montevideo Convention is the cornerstone of statehood, Dr. Ngozi Orobweze's strategy for the United States of Biafra, USB, leans on several other powerful pillars of 21st century international law. These laws provide the backup necessary to move a movement from a local grievance to an international legal entity. 1. The declaratory theory of statehood. Under international law, there are two schools of thought. Constitutive, you are a country only if others say so, and declaratory, you are a country because you meet the facts. The legal logic, Dr. Orobweze, relies on the declaratory theory. This law argues that statehood is a, quote, fact. If the USB has a defined territory, a population, and a government, which her administrative declarations aim to prove, it exists as a state legally, even before other countries formally recognize it. Why it matters. This allows her to treat the USB as a legal person in international courts and petitions, regardless of Nigeria's stance. 2. UN Charter, the right to self-determination. The UN Charter, Article 1, Paragraph 2, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, are the highest international laws backing her actions. External self-determination. While most groups get stuck on internal self-determination, rights within a country, Dr. Orobweze's documents target external self-determination. The backup, international law supports this most strongly, when a group can prove they are being excluded from government or facing systemic human rights issues. Her dossiers to the UN Human Rights Council provide the evidence that justifies the legal move toward independence. 3. Remedial secession doctrine. This is an evolving 21st century legal principle used by international bodies, notably discussed during the Kosovo case. The argument, It suggests that if a specific group of people is consistently denied their rights and faces extreme persecution, they have a remedial right to secede as a last resort. USB strategy. By documenting regional insecurity and transnational repression, Dr. Orobues is building a legal case for remedial secession, essentially telling international bodies that the USB is a mechanical necessity for the safety of its people. 4. Law of effective control and governance in exile. International law recognizes the status of governments in exile, like those during World War II or more recently in various global conflicts. Diplomatic backup. When she received the formal letter from the US White House in February 2026, it wasn't just a thank you note. In international law, such correspondence is an acknowledgement of agency. The law of agency. This treats her administration as an agent acting on behalf of a population. By establishing a chief of staff and cabinet structure, she is using the international law of state responsibility to show that there is a specific body accountable for the Biafran people. 5. UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. While IPOB uses this for a referendum, Dr. Orobues uses it to establish original title to the land. Articles 3 and 4. These back the right of indigenous peoples to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs. Her administrative declarations are essentially the paperwork required to prove that the USB is ready to exercise that autonomy. Summary: the legal shield of the USB. Framework. What it proves to international bodies. Montevideo Convention. The USB is a fact, territory, government, people. UN Charter, self-determination. The USB is a right. Remedial secession. The USB is a necessity, safety, protection. Declaratory theory. Recognition is automatic once criteria are met. Law of agency. Dr. Orobues is the legitimate voice of that state. By combining these, her strategy seeks to present the USB to the world not as a new idea, but as an existing legal reality that the international community simply needs to catch up with.
I hope you are hearing it. I will be playing it because I am setting for us to join fundraising. So on that reason, I will continue playing another section, or let's repeat this one so you can get it clearly. Why you must support USB re-declared. Today's
While the Montevideo Convention is the cornerstone of statehood, Dr. Ngozi Orobues' strategy for the United States of Biafra, USB, leans on several other powerful pillars of 21st century international law. These laws provide the backup necessary to move a movement from a local grievance to an international legal entity. 1. The declaratory theory of statehood. Under international law, there are two schools of thought. Constitutive, you are a country only if others say so, and declaratory, you are a country because you meet the facts. The legal logic, Dr. Orobues, relies on the declaratory theory. This law argues that statehood is a, quote, fact. If the USB has a defined territory, a population, and a government, which her administrative declarations aim to prove, it exists as a state legally, even before other countries formally recognize it. Why it matters. This allows her to treat the USB as a legal person in international courts and petitions, regardless of Nigeria's stance. 2. UN Charter, the right to self-determination. The UN Charter, Article 1, Paragraph 2, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, are the highest international laws backing her actions. External self-determination. While most groups get stuck on internal self-determination, rights within a country, Dr. Orobues' documents target external self-determination. The backup, international law supports this most strongly when a group can prove they are being excluded from government or facing systemic human rights issues. Her dossiers to the UN Human Rights Council provide the evidence that justifies the legal move toward independence. 3. Remedial secession doctrine. This is an evolving 21st century legal principle used by international bodies, notably discussed during the Kosovo case. The argument, it suggests that if a specific group of people is consistently denied their rights and faces extreme persecution, they have a remedial right to secede as a last resort. USB strategy. By documenting regional insecurity and transnational repression, Dr. Orobues is building a legal case for remedial secession, essentially telling international bodies that the USB is a mechanical necessity for the safety of its people. 4. Law of effective control and governance in exile. International law recognizes the status of governments in exile, like those during World War II or more recently in various global conflicts. Diplomatic backup. When she received the formal letter from the US White House in February 2026, it wasn't just a thank you note. In international law, such correspondence is an acknowledgement of agency. The law of agency. This treats her administration as an agent acting on behalf of the population. By establishing a chief of staff and cabinet structure, she is using the international law of state responsibility to show that there is a specific body accountable for the Biafran people. 5. UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. While IPOB uses this for a referendum, Dr. Ngozi uses it to establish original title to the land. Articles 3 and 4. These back the right of indigenous peoples to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs. Her administrative declarations are essentially the paperwork required to prove that the USB is ready to exercise that autonomy. Summary. The legal shield of the USB framework. What it proves to international bodies. Montevideo Convention. The USB is a fact, territory, government, people. UN Charter, self-determination. The USB is a right. Remedial secession. The USB is a necessity, safety, protection. Declaratory theory. Recognition is automatic once criteria are met. Law of agency. Dr. Ngozi is the legitimate voice of that state. By combining these, her strategy seeks to present the USB to the world not as a new idea, but as an existing legal reality that the international community simply needs to catch up with.
Yes, so we are going to switch into our fundraising, and as we are listening to the program, we will continue from tomorrow.
It's for us to have our free nation, to be independent of Nigeria.
So please bear with me. Let us switch into our fundraising.
He has been talking about we've been calling for the state for the past 10 years. They refused. They did not want referendum because Biafrans were willing to vote to exit Nigeria. Biafrans are mostly Christians. Now we are
Oh yeah, yes, we will do meet them. I just end the program. I'm my program. Watch a phone na editor. Yeah, all the call interview or grind a play. Yeah.
All these other stories about Prime Minister, sponsoring terrorists and all that is involved. That is just stories that
When say,
trumped up
I
by
didn't
the
come out
Nigerian
on
state.
Mom can
Is
see me
actually
to
terrorist.
voice the young one.
Has
my
massively killed Biafrans in every junction. They were just peacefully marching. They were peacefully marching in Aba. When they were peacefully marching in a harmful, when they did nothing in Niger Delta, when they did nothing, all these killings were perpetrated by the Nigerian state.
Biafrans, we will continue after our national anthem. Then we will convert back. The reprogram has never started, but until when it starts, then we will join fully into the process. While we continue to dealing with all the research we have so far about our real declaration and the documents that need to be submitted and what our DPM is doing on behalf of US, that she is only the one acting as a country in waiting and is submitting standing on a golden standard of a country that are waiting for recognition. No wonder anything you type this time around under research, our DPN name comes across everything, the name always come across. So today, I can see it clearly and no reason why, because she has proven that USB is our own country. So please welcome back, welcome back. We will be playing it until the program starts after national anthem to avoid writing copyright for me. So then we will join the program fully. So please, let's continue. Let's continue. Mazi Uche, Ejiofor, good evening from here.
While the Montevideo Convention is the cornerstone of statehood, Dr. Ngozi's strategy for the United States of Biafra, USB, leans on several other powerful pillars of 21st century international law. these laws provide the backup necessary to move a movement from a local grievance to an international legal entity. 1. The declaratory theory of statehood. Under international law, there are two schools of thought. Constitutive, you are a country only if others say so, and declaratory, you are a country because you meet the facts. The legal logic, Dr. Orobues, relies on the declaratory theory. This law argues that statehood is a, quote, fact. If the USB has a defined territory, a population, and a government, which her administrative declarations aim to prove, it exists as a state legally, even before other countries formally recognize it. Why it matters. This allows her to treat the USB as a legal person in international courts and petitions, regardless of Nigeria's stance. 2. UN Charter, the right to self-determination. The UN Charter, Article 1, Paragraph 2, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, are the highest international laws backing her actions. External self-determination. While most groups get stuck on internal self-determination, rights within a country, Dr. Orobues's documents target external self-determination. The backup, international law supports this most strongly, when a group can prove they are being excluded from government or facing systemic human rights issues. Her dossiers to the UN Human Rights Council provide the evidence that justifies the legal move toward independence. 3. Remedial secession doctrine. This is an evolving 21st century legal principle used by international bodies, notably discussed during the Kosovo case. The argument, it suggests that if a specific group of people is consistently denied their rights and faces extreme persecution, they have a remedial right to secede as a last resort. USB strategy. By documenting regional insecurity and transnational repression, Dr. Orobues is building a legal case for remedial secession, essentially telling international bodies that the USB is a mechanical necessity for the safety of its people. 4. Law of effective control and governance in exile. International law recognizes the status of governments in exile, like those during World War II or more recently in various global conflicts. Diplomatic backup. When she received the formal letter from the US White House in February 2026, it wasn't just a thank you note. In international law, such correspondence is an acknowledgement of agency. The law of agency. This treats her administration as an agent acting on behalf of a population. By establishing a chief of staff and cabinet structure, she is using the international law of state responsibility to show that there is a specific body accountable for the Biafran people. 5. UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. While IPOB uses this for a referendum, Dr. Orobues uses it to establish original title to the land. Articles 3 and 4. These back the right of indigenous peoples to autonomy. Her administrative declarations are essentially the paperwork required to prove that the USB is ready to exercise that autonomy. Summary. The legal shield of the USB. Framework. What it proves to international bodies. Montevideo Convention. The USB is a fact, territory, government, people. UN Charter, self-determination. The USB is a right. Remedial secession. The USB is a necessity, safety, protection. Declaratory theory. Recognition is automatic once criteria are met. Law of agency. Dr. Orobues is the legitimate voice of that state. By combining these, her strategy seeks to present the USB to the world not as a new idea, but as an existing legal reality that the international community simply needs to catch up with.
Yes. When we told you that there is a reason why you need to understand why you are supporting USB. Because when you listen to all this, I have found out why I myself need to support USB re-declared and why it is on appropriate time at this time around to support USB. There is no other government in the world that the world look at that has us as guide it. It's only on our USB. It's on our DPM. Do you know when the world said that she is standing on the golden side? You know what's called? That someone is standing on the golden side. Tell me, can they leave someone who stand on the golden side to go and look for someone who's on the street? And they said that the movement has shifted from the street protest into a country in waiting, a government. The only one thing that our people understand is that without declaring Biafra, Biafra can never be a nation. Without pronouncing that today the name is Biafra, the name is this, without you reaffirming who you are from the words of Mazen Nandekan, that we must reaffirm who we are. Remember, our peaceful declaration is where that prophecy has been fulfilled. By what? By reaffirming who we are. Without reaffirming who we are, Biafra can never be a country. That is why our peaceful declaration is the only way to reaffirm who we are. Through our peaceful declaration, we have come to do what? To reaffirm. Remember, Anakan said that he said what? Reaffirm, declaration. And with what the world have for us is only through this our peaceful declaration is only one way in this world that Biafra will become a country. Without it, Biafra can never be a country. Without this our peaceful declaration, it can never happen that Biafra will become a, because nobody recognized you and said, okay, take Biafra and stop protest. Listen to the voice of Mazen Nandekan once again. Listen to this before we proceed.
Our people are lame.
That's what is happening right now. Very weak people.
I am struggling to count how many men there are in Biafra land. There are no more men left. Weak, docile, and imbecilic. Weak. I don't know how we can take such people to war. I don't know how we can take men who are not men into battle and win. I am ashamed. Very, very ashamed. Nonetheless, we must preach this very gospel because man did not ask us to come. Chukwu Abiyama in heaven mandated that we should come. If not, that I was called to do this very work, I will not speak to any of you anymore. But Chukwu Abiyama said this very gospel must be preached, and we must preach it. I have prayed since yesterday up until now. My request is very simple. The same prayer I made in secret, I will make out here in the open. Chukwu Abiyama Biko, since it is your intention that your kingdom will be restored upon this very earth, I need men. I need men. I did not say boys. I said I need men. Those of them that you created to restore your kingdom, they should come forward now, not tomorrow, not next year. Chukwu Abiyama. You must bring them now. I did not say tomorrow. Because the insult is too much. It is beyond what any human being can endure. We want to go and get Biafra, or we die in the process, because we are better off dead than witness some of this nonsense going on. The level of insult is beyond what any decent human being can tolerate. They bring their cattle into our land. They desecrate our land. They kill us in the presence of our families and nobody does anything about it. And when the police attend, the police sit idly by as people are being killed by not a multitude of people. Only 4. Only 4 Awasa people can sack an entire village in Biafra land, and we call ourselves men. No, we are not men. Until we redeem our honor. Until we look at integrity and say, we must have a part of it. Until then, and then I have to when he's to be honest with you. This is radio. Now is the time to come forward. I did not say tomorrow. Now, tonight is the time to come forward. 100 of us, and then we march. 100 and we march. The rest can come later if they want to. Well, I'm tired of broadcasting. I want to fight for my country. I want to carry arms to defend the honor and integrity of my country. I want to avenge the death of 6 million people. I want Biafra to stand as a beacon of hope, freedom, and liberty in black world. I want Biafra to stand as a testament to the glory of heaven upon the face of this very earth. I want Biafra to stand because my obligation to the dead outweigh that which I owe to the living. That is why Biafra will stand, and Biafra will come. 100 men, that's all. And we march. The rest can come later on. I no longer give a damn. The disgrace and the insult is too much. We must go and meet our enemies, even if we have only machete and hoes. It is far more better for us to go and meet them and die with a semblance of dignity than with this very humiliation which we encounter every blessed day. We must assemble as quickly as possible.
I hope you are listening to that. Now, use this as have it in mind. Listen to this again. Listen to this. Listen. For all this noise makes social media, listen to this. Who has done it and who make it possible?
While the Montevideo Convention is the cornerstone of statehood, Dr. Ngozi's strategy for the United States of Biafra, USB, leans on several other powerful pillars of 21st century international law. These laws provide the backup necessary to move a movement from a local grievance to an international legal entity. 1. The declaratory theory of statehood. Under international law, there are two schools of thought. Constitutive, you are a country only if others say so, and declaratory, you are a country because you meet the facts. The legal logic, Dr. Orobues, relies on the declaratory theory. This law argues that statehood is a, quote, fact. If the USB has a defined territory, a population, and a government, which her administrative declarations aim to prove, it exists as a state legally, even before other countries formally recognize it. Why it matters? This allows her to treat the USB as a legal person in international courts and petitions, regardless of Nigeria's stance. 2. UN Charter, the right to self-determination. The UN Charter, Article 1, Paragraph 2, and the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, are the highest international laws backing her actions. External self-determination.
The law that backed our DPM, or that is why I was shouting, I said, those who want to stop her, please show us the law that you used to stop her. But if you cannot bring any law to stop her, go and rest, because she is what? The one that the law back up, not you.
Most groups get stuck on internal self-determination, rights within a country. Dr. Orobues's documents target external self-determination.
Are you hearing it?
The backup, international law supports this most strongly, when a group can prove they are being excluded from government or facing systemic human rights issues.
The document proves that we have exit out from Nigeria government, that we're no longer Nigeria. That is why you are Biafra. They said it's also proved that what is called what? External remedial secession. Not just secession group like Ipob of Nigeria.
CAs to the UN Human Rights Council provide the evidence that justifies the legal move toward independence. 3. Remedial secession doctrine. This is an evolving 21st century legal principle used by international bodies, notably discussed during the Kosovo case. The argument: it suggests that if a specific group of people is consistently denied their rights and faces extreme persecution, they have a remedial right to secede as a last resort. USB strategy. By documenting regional insecurity and transnational repression, Dr. Orobues is building a legal case for remedial secession, essentially telling international bodies that the USB is a mechanical necessity for the safety of its people. 4. Law of effective control and governance in exile. International law recognizes the status of governments in exile, like those during World War II or more recently in various global conflicts. Diplomatic backup. When she received the formal letter from the US White House in February 2026, it wasn't just a thank you note. In international law, such correspondence is an acknowledgement of agency. The law of agency. This treats her administration as an agent acting on behalf of a population. By establishing a chief of staff and cabinet structure, she is using the international law of state responsibility to show that there is a specific body accountable for the Biafran people. 5. UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP. While IPOB uses this for a referendum, Dr. Orobwezi uses it to establish original title to the land. Articles 3 and 4. These back the right of indigenous peoples to autonomy or self-government in matters relating to their internal and local affairs. Her administrative declarations are essentially the paperwork required to prove that the USB is ready to exercise that autonomy. Summary: the legal shield of the USB. Framework. What it proves to international bodies. Montevideo Convention. The USB is a fact, territory, government, people. UN Charter, self-determination. The USB is a right. Remedial secession. The USB is a necessity, safety, protection. Declaratory theory. Recognition is automatic once criteria are met. Law of agency. Dr. Orobwezi is the legitimate voice of that state. By combining these, her strategy seeks to present the USB to the world not as a new idea, but as an existing legal reality that the international community simply needs to catch up with.
I hope you have listened to that. There is element of truth and there is a law, there is protocol, there is guideline that guides what we are doing. And look at what all the backup, all the laws that back up our DPM after the peaceful declaration of the United States of Biafra that was declared. When you come to the UN Charter, the right of self-determination, the UN Charter, Article 1, Paragraph 2, and in the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, ICCPR, are the high-text international laws back her action up. This is our declaration, or the level it is operating. There is a higher level of what? International backup. That's UN Charter, Article 1, Paragraph 2, and the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights, ICCP, are the highest international laws that backs our DPM up. Because of what? Because of this peaceful declaration. External self-determination. Why most groups get shock or on the international community. Dr. Orobwezi document targets external self-determination. Why IPOB and every other group gets what? Carries internal remedial section, which is happened that what they're looking for is in the hands of Nigeria to sort it out. But when the document of the US has proved that this is external remedial section, it's no longer internal matter. This is what this document proves. And there is many backup laws. I've given you about Paragraph 1, Article 1, Paragraph 1, and all the laws that backs her up. Then I have also give you this particular one, that many of them that is what we have. Article 3 and 4 for who? For our DPM. That is when you will know that when you're doing something that law back you up. No need to fear. The only thing you need to do is to be strong and continue what you are doing, because what you are doing is something that's giving a very good result. And imagine when something is yielding a very good result. That is why I'm calling on you to support and come today. Stand with USV declared. Stop wasting your money. You have only one country. And that one country is USV declared, no other one. So I want you to understand this clearly, that in USB, I stand. Do you stand with USV declared, the only one that has law that back up? Do you know what they say, that law back you up in what you are doing? Not one law, not two, not three, not four, over 20 to something laws that back you up into what you are doing. That is why you have to continue doing it. That is why you have to continue doing it, my people. It is very important at this stage we are into that we have to know the rules of what we are doing. So I urge you to come and support USV declared, because you have now understand why USV declared is the only country for us. There is no other one. There is no what? There is no other country to come and support our USV fundraising for us to go home. Everything is in between. Nobody will do it for us. We are the one to do it by ourselves. That is why it's very important at this stage that we are into, that we are the one funding our government. So nobody will charge us anything again. And after a peaceful declaration, nobody can call you any bad name. That's why they continuously calling only those names they are already tagged and those ones they are using. But for you as a Biafran, we must understand where we are, what we are doing, and why we are doing it. It is very, very important at this stage. Biafra is a nation. Our DPM is working tirelessly with government cabinet members to achieve this. And they said, what a man can do, a woman can do it better. So fully support USV declared. This is your own nation. This is your own what? Nation. There is no other nation except this one. That is why you must continue to support USV declared.
What is the man's name again?
So I will continue playing this until time for the fundraising comes in properly. So listen.
In 21st century international law, the strategy of peaceful redeclaration is often considered the most viable path to reclaiming a lost country, because the global legal system has shifted away from recognizing gains made through conflict. Here is why a peaceful, administrative approach is the mechanical necessity for modern international recognition. 1. The anti-force rule. Montevideo, Article 11. While the Montevideo Convention defines what a state is, Article 11 of that same convention explicitly prohibits the recognition of any territorial gains or sovereignty obtained through force. The legal barrier. If a movement uses violence to take back a country, international bodies, like the UN or EU, are legally bound not to recognize it. The peaceful solution, a peaceful redeclaration, bypasses this barrier. It presents the state as a legal and administrative fact rather than a military conquest, making it legally safe for other countries to engage with. 2. The requirement of being a peace-loving nation. Under Article 4 of the UN Charter, membership in the United Nations is only open to peace-loving states. The gatekeeper. International bodies use this clause to filter out groups they see as insurgents or militants. The advantage. By focusing on administrative declarations and peaceful diplomacy, a leader like Dr. Ngozi or Ngozi signals to the UN that the USB is a peace-loving entity ready for responsible membership, rather than a source of regional instability. 3. The shift to remedial secession. In modern law, the world is very hesitant to break the borders of existing countries. The only major exception is remedial secession, the idea that a people can leave if it is the only way to save them from systemic violence. The strategy. A peaceful redeclaration documents the need for a separate state to provide safety and order. If a group fights back violently, the international community often views it as a civil war where they don't intervene. If the group remains peaceful while declaring statehood, it highlights the state-sponsored nature of the repression they face, strengthening the legal case for independence as a remedy. 4. From agitation to administration. In the 21st century, recognition is less about who has the biggest army, and more about who has the most organized paperwork. Administrative reality. International bodies look for a government in exile that can manage a budget, protect human rights, and enter into treaties. The outcome. Peaceful declarations, like the one on November 29th, create a paper trail of governance. This is why the US White House responded to the USB in February 2026. They were responding to a formal administrative body, not a protest movement. Summary of the peaceful path. Action. Result in international law. Armed conflict. Triggers non-recognition protocols, labeled as insurgency. Peaceful declaration. Triggers declaratory theory, recognized as a state in fact. Administrative filing. Proves capacity to enter into relations. Montevideo Criterion 4. Lobbying/dossiers. Builds the remedial case for external self-determination. The bottom line. In the 21st century, the international community values stability. A peaceful redeclaration proves that a lost country can return as a stable, law-abiding partner rather than a new conflict zone. This makes it much easier for foreign powers to offer the formal recognition necessary for full statehood. In the landscape of 21st century international law, each of these three entities occupies a different legal position. To understand who is at as a country in waiting, we must look at how international bodies, like the UN or the US government, classify their documents and actions. 1. Dr. Ngozi Orobwezi, United States of Biafra, USB. Dr. Orobwezi's position is unique because she leads a government in exile that has moved beyond protest and into administration. Legal standing. By making a formal peaceful redeclaration, November 29, 2024, and focusing on the Montevideo Convention, her administration presents itself as a state in fact. The country in waiting status. In February 2026, the formal response from the US White House to the USB was a significant legal milestone. In international law, when a superpower's executive office responds to a government in exile, it acknowledges that entity as a diplomatic agent. Verdict. She is the one most strictly following the path of administrative statehood. Her documents are designed to show that the country already exists on paper and in administration, and is simply waiting for tacit, implied, or express recognition. 2. Ogechukwu Nkere, Biafra Republic Government in Exile, BRGIE. Nkere has focused heavily on the legal/lobbying path within the United States. Legal standing. His primary documents are FARA filings and congressional submissions. These are the tools of a political entity seeking to influence the foreign policy of a host nation. The country in waiting status. International bodies see his work as political legitimation. He is building the friends that a country needs, but his documents focus more on the security and rights of the people.
Nothing works today. That's the handwork of God. Anyway, we went to Finland. The daughter God has blessed us with. At that moment of uncertainty, at that moment where it seemed like hope was lost, here she emerged and took the step. It was like a dream. It was so surreal. Nobody believed it because all the enemies, the saboteurs, and the betrayers, all they had their plan A, B, C, D, and whatever to see what happened. They said it wasn't going to be. But as God will have it. They never knew that God brought out certain individuals that are special that's going to carry this. We didn't even doubt him. I knew that some people asked certain questions. They asked our DPM what was going through her mind at that moment. Why was they crying? She couldn't explain it. She was overtaken. Just like a lion. You know, when you approach a lion, first, the lion might run and trying to gather themselves. She cried. After that crying, it felt like a spirit. She was baptized. And what did we see? United States of Biafra was declared. Some people were still sleeping. Some people were still on the road, some in the airplane. By the time they were landing, they said, oh my God, it has happened. Because that which God has destined has already happened. And since then, they've been fighting this struggle. For each sea, we cross it. For each obstacle, we cross it, and it gets better. On that day when she declared the United States of Biafra, remember, it was the Republic of Biafra and got interrupted during that time till 2024 when it was redeclared. She redeclared it in the presence of our enemies. Do you remember in Psalm 20, God put a table in the presence of my enemies. God put a table in the presence of our enemies. The enemies were scattered. By the time they opened their eyes, it was all done. And that is the United States of Biafra. That moment, that relay race, that lineage, that line that started from Ikemba to Prime Minister, everything collapsed. Everything that was before collapsed completely into the United States of Biafra. And that is why United States of Biafra is the only government for the United States of Biafra people, citizens. It's only one government. Any other thing, can you see me? I don't know what I touched. Can you see me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you. Any other person saying anything else different is fake. Everything has been collapsed into the United States of Biafra. So recently, some few days ago, our amiable and indomitable daughter, Her Excellency Ngozi Arabeze, Dr. Ngozi Arabeze, did something that the Biafran citizens, all anyone that has the blood of Biafra, Ipob, Brgie, United States of Biafra, oh my goodness, Umu Chineke, Umu Ajani, everybody, we've all come together. It's one body. No, because the people are ready. The people have been ready because they know the truth. This is a truth bomb and nothing else. They see it, they feel it, and then they know that this is the time. That's why our Deputy Prime Minister has done that, which is the closing up, the final push for the final push of this freedom and restoration. I really have a lot to say today, but I must add one thing since I'm mentioning this. This person in the name of Bianca Ono, our eternal leader, said that nothing can shake the will or crush the spirits of people that are determined to get their freedom. That's what late Ikemba said. Little did he know that someone close to him or one of his own is going to betray this struggle, which he died for. I do not know what it is. Now, someone close to him is romancing with the enemies of Biafra, those that have massacred us, those that have raped us, those that have persecuted us, those that have oppressed us. I do nothing that Ikemba in his grave today will really believe anyone who tells him what is happening exactly to us, that one of his own is betraying this struggle which he died for. And I'm here to tell Bianca Ono today that by what you're doing, by your action, you following your masters, those that have committed genocide against us, those that have committed untold, unspoken atrocities against us, that they are using you as a tool against Ikemba's people, which is the United States of Biafra citizens. Bianca Ono, what you are doing is abomination. You have defecated a great Ikemba. And you know what? Everything we do on this earth has a price. I know Ikemba is crying in his grave that you are romancing with the enemies of Biafra. I come back to do this. So not only Bianca Ono and all of this specimen of the deplorable human beings that are betraying our restoration. People like Ikenga, the Ogriman, also go from Ike Wiki, and it is good. Wada go to any money. Money is not going to buy you life. It won't. It's just temporary. An idiot that doesn't know anything. Because then you go. Money is not all. It is not more than the freedom that we seek for. Remember, if you think the enemies of Biafra will love you, they're going to use you and dump you just like others. You serve them, you come back in shame. Udele and all the rest of them. God is with us. And this freedom, this restoration, this recognition, we've gotten it. It's just in a jiffy. You will sleep and wake up and we will be in Nigeria. On that note, I'm going to call out our indomitable, amiable Dr. Ngozi Arabenze. Thank you for all you do, especially in the last 24, 48 hours. Oh my goodness, I can't believe it. Everybody's so happy. The sheep, they're coming back to the shepherd. They're coming back home. They are so happy. Victory is going to be us. I hand over the mic to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Famdi. Thank you so very much for that wonderful speech. Yeah. Again, welcome Biafrans and friends of Biafrans to this weekly fundraising. This is what we do every weekend to ensure that we raise the humanitarian resources to assist the Biafran people to save their lives from the terrorist state of Nigeria, whose task on a daily basis is to continue to eliminate innocent Biafrans and other indigenous Nigerians. This elimination is being done by the policies and programs and projects of the Nigerian state, not just to Islamize the whole Nigeria, but also to stop the freedom of the Biafra people. The freedom which we declared on November 29th in Latin Finland. The Nigerian state is fighting it every second with his politicians. P2B and Tinubu and the Nigerian politicians are fighting this freedom, which the Biafra people has gotten on November 29th, 2024 in Lahti, Finland. They are using different avenues, including using the political parties that belong to the Nigerian state and the Nigerian politicians. These political parties has been declared as a terrorist organization by a Canadian court. A well-constituted court in Canada has declared Nigerian political parties as a terrorist organization. Those parties include the PDP, the APC, and those politicians have been in those parties at one point in time or the other, including Peter Obi. He was a member of one of those parties at one point. They have been declared as a terrorist organization. And because of that, we are not going to allow them to operate in any area of the 40 state of the United States of Biafra declared. I want to use this opportunity to thank all the cabinet members that are working behind the scene every day to ensure that that freedom which we got on November 29th is not tampered with by any individual, any organization, or any country in the world. I want to thank the 40 state governors of the United States of Biafra in the de facto homeland that are working daily with their commissioners to ensure that our country is rebuilt again from the terrorist state of Nigeria that have devastated our people, milk, all our natural resources, ship it abroad to their globalist friends, which they use to better the life of their people, and which some of them use to sponsor terrorism and import reintegrated terrorists into Nigeria, send them to Biafra territory to continue to kill our people. So in other words, our oil, which comes from Biafra territory, is being used by Nigeria government and Nigerian politicians to import the terrorists that are killing our people. That is not going to happen anymore. We're not going to allow that to happen. I also want to thank the foreign liaison heads in all the different parts of the world, the heads of the missions, the administrators in different countries. I also want to thank all the stakeholders and our envisioned elite squad in defense of the United States of Biafra government. The envisioned elite squad are there to protect Biafra people as we speak. They are the only security allowed, approved by 80 million Biafrans to protect them. Nothing else is allowed. The world has witnessed how the Nigerian state, using their police, their army, which are basically recruited, reintegrated terrorists, use them to murder innocent Biafrans and indigenous Nigerians on a daily basis. All of us witnessed how Tinubu instructed the guy that murdered, that shot openly the young man in Delta State whose arms were tied behind him. How Christopher Musa and Nigeria President Tinubu and the legitimized governor in Delta ordered for the guy to be openly executed. No trial, no court proceeding, no charge. Nothing leveled against that poor boy who was sitting down there begging for his life to be spared by the Nigeria state. Yet, Tinubu killed him. He murdered him. Using the special task force, which he and Christopher Musa and the Nigerian politicians established with a common task. And what is their task? To kill. To kill anyone from the Biafra territory. It is an agenda used by the Fulani terrorists, which is the depopulation. They depopulate us, they depopulate Biafrans by killing them without even charging them for any crime, nothing. Tinubu told them, just kill them as long as they are from the Biafra territory and they are talking about their freedom. And you suspect that they are Biafrans, just murder them, shoot them, nothing will happen. That is exactly what happened to that innocent boy that was murdered by the Nigerian state a few days ago. Public execution in 2026. And these are politicians that some countries' leaders are taking pictures with. Any country leader in the world that allow himself or herself to stand on the same platform with any Nigerian politician or leader, you are bringing disgrace to your people and you are promoting terrorism. And again, I thank some of the world leaders that are already declining requests by the Nigerian state to come to their country or to meet with them in any platform. The massacre and killing of thousands of indigenous Nigerians by the Nigerian state is unstoppable. The world have seen no one can stop those killings. Nobody. Riley Moore was in Nigeria and he witnessed firsthand the killing of Christians in Nigeria. He made his initial recommendation to the United States legislators and president, thinking that anything can change. But those of us that have been there for long knows the only thing that will stop the murder, the mass murder of Christians in Nigeria is the absolute and outright dissolution of that entity called Nigeria and their politicians. Their politicians are struggling every day to stay in power. They do this by moving across, trying to bribe even legislators in different parts of the world. And this is what Nigeria has been doing all over the years, bribing people with the money from the crude oil that comes from Biafra territory to stop Biafra freedom. Not anymore. If you are part of anyone that takes a dime from the Nigerian state, know you that you are contributing to terrorism and murder of Christians in that part of the world. You must stop. You must reject anything Nigeria, because Nigeria is already on the trajectory of collapse. Do not, by your actions, by your word, resuscitate the killing of innocent Christians and innocent Biafrans. Apart from that killing, another killing happened. Many. Again, when people say, or when the Nigerian state, Tinubu tells you, oh, they are going to prosecute the guy that killed that innocent unarmed guy whose hands were attached to the back. Do not be deceived. Do not take that. It is not the guy that put that trigger. That killing happens on a daily basis by Tinubu and Christopher Musa and the legitimate governors, Charles Soludo, Kuzadima, Oti, Mba, all of them, Fubara, that's all they do. They have a standing instruction from the Nigerian state to kill anyone that presents as Biafra. because they do not want our freedom to be successful. So Tinubu and Christopher Musa and the legitimized governors right now are fighting us. They are fighting me. They are fighting the Biafra people. They are fighting the freedom which we got. That is why they are killing. They are killing innocent Biafrans. Just kill them anyhow, committing crimes against humanity, publicly and privately. And I want you to know that killing that happened openly, that open execution, is happening by the second. Within that time, that guy was killed. And now, I can assure you, on my record, on my table, Tinubu and Christopher Musa has murdered over 50 innocent Biafrans for not committing any crime. Some of them, they do it privately, but I got a report from the family members. This cannot continue. Anyone that thinks Nigeria can continue, that person is evil, must be evil. Apart from the designation of Nigeria as a country of particular concern by the United States of America, Nigeria has also been designated as the deadliest country in the world for Christians to live. Deadliest country in the world for Christians to live. Biafrans are Christians. Nothing will make Biafrans to exist with a deadly country. Nigeria has also been, by research, shown to be committing Christian genocide. Thousands of innocent Christians are murdered every day. That was one of the reasons why I've stepped up to run for the Georgia Senate District 44, to ensure that people have the right to worship, to be a Christian in the comfort of their homes without having the terrorists being sent to massacre and murder them. Thousands of young innocent girls are murdered every day by the Nigerian state. Young children, infants, kids, young men and women are taken from their sleep. The other day, we saw the pastor whose the wife, the man, the two kids were murdered, taken away in the dead of the night by the Nigerian state and murdered. Thousands of innocent Biafrans are taken away in the middle of the night by the Nigerian state and murdered just because they are Christians. Some of the evil men that are being used by the Nigerian state to commit this kidnap, this murder, they've openly come out to testify how they are supported by the Nigerian state, the legitimized governors, to kidnap, to arrest, to kill, to forcefully remove innocent indigenous that have not committed any crime. The guy called Chibuze Kwato, Iken Gurato, has publicly confessed that the Nigerian state instructed him and his group of militia to kidnap one innocent lady that works at Tommy Newi. It is in the public domain. Charles Soludo, Christopher Musa, Tinubu, Oti Mba, Hopu Zadima, Peter Obi, they were all part of this plot to forcefully remove that innocent woman. The families of that woman, they are still looking for that woman. And I tell these people, if anything happens to that woman, the United States of Biafra government will use everything legally within our means to exert a commensurate action to any element of the Nigerian state in the 40 state of Biafra. We've also witnessed 2 days ago the killing of an innocent young man called Nkere by Tinubu and Christopher Musa. I believe the wife, Oluremi Tinubu, is also fully aware of these killings and forceful removals. She has not said anything about that. She's fully aware of that. But she's supporting the husband to continue to remain in power, to milk the oil that comes from Biafra territory, to ensure that the United States of Biafra people does not protect their freedom. That's why she's quiet. That's why she cannot talk. But she traveled to civilized countries in the world and tried to be part of the picture taking, but denies the atrocities that the husband and the Nigerian politicians are committing every day. But thank God, the world leaders have now realized that the Nigerian politicians and their leaders are terrorists. And yesterday, thank God, we saw the United States of America have to cut the aids to the Nigerian state by 50%. That is one step ahead. The cutting of those aids is absolutely important. More will be coming. Those aids are being used by the Nigerian state to acquire more AK-47, which they use to eliminate indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans. They don't use it to safeguard the people. They don't use it to protect the people. When the reintegrated terrorists that the Nigerian government brings into the country are killing people, burning their homes in the middle of the night, killing children, when those families, when those indigenous Nigeria are called for help, Nigeria police, all these special task force, you don't see them. They don't go there. No, they don't. Currently, Nigeria has a standing policy to integrate non-terrorists into the country, recruit them into the military and the police, send them to different communities that do not want to cohabit with those reintegrated terrorists. Give them a standing instruction to eliminate, to kill any indigene that questions that move. That's why you're seeing all these killings they are doing, both publicly and privately. And I want to let you know, they are also killing privately. So apart from the public execution that was carried out a few days ago, Nigeria state continues to, by the second, eliminate and murder innocent Biafrans and indigenous Nigerians. That must stop. So we want to thank the President of the United States of America and all those that are monitoring, all those that are seeing our reports, all those that are filing the necessary report to ensure that that enclave called Nigeria is fully collapsed with their politicians. That is the only time people will start to live. That is the only time people will start to rebuild their lives. The existence of anything called Nigeria every second equates the loss of at least 1,000 lives by the minute. So the sooner that enclave is brought to a closure, the better. The world will be a better place. For the United States of Biafra people, we already redeclared our independence on November 29, 2024 in Latin Finland. We have all the structures both at home and abroad to protect our land from these terrorists that are brought in by Christopher Musa, Nigeria President Tinubu, and the Nigerian politicians like P2B and co. We have the structures. We call on our allies to quickly recognize the United States of Biafra and give us the support we need to stop this terrorism, to stop these killings. We seek just the recognition and the resources. We're not asking for anything. My task is to ensure that the United States of America military stays to defend America, while the Biafra people stays and defend Biafra land. We have the boots on ground. The recognition and the resources will help us curb the terrorism of the Nigerian state and maintain stability in that part of the world. The stability is not just for Biafra people, it's also for the American government. Because Nigeria is a breeding ground for terrorists. Almost about 21 terrorist organizations now have a safe haven in Nigeria. Almost 21 from the last record we have. And every second they are plotting how to attack the United States of America. The recognition of the United States of Biafra will help us to ensure that protection is maintained and people will live. I want to call on all Biafrans, all these enemies of the Biafra people must leave Biafra land. We have launched the Operation Nigeria Must Go. Anyone working for Nigeria at this point in Biafra territory, we advise you to leave the United States of Biafra. Nigeria is currently forcefully occupying a sovereign nation, killing their indigenes by the second. The Biafra people have their trust in the United States of Biafra cabinet, whom is the only one that the Biafran people have authorized to protect them through the United States of Biafra envisioned elite squad. No other security apparatus is allowed in Biafra territory. So we thank the United States of America for cutting those aids, because those money in the hand of Nigerian politicians are being used to promote terrorism in one way or the other. Those aids never even get to the hands of anyone or those that are really meant for that. Giving aids to the Nigerian state promotes terrorism, because the terrorists are integrated by the Nigerian government. They take over the homes of indigenous Nigerians. These indigenous Nigerians are forced into IDP camps. In the IDP camps, Tinubu, Christopher Musa will be begging foreign countries to give them money for the IDP camps. Those money that is given to them goes back into buying more arms and ammunition, which those reintegrated terrorists take. We see pictures where the reintegrated terrorists, they hijack equipment, AK-47, they hijack military trucks, and they cut away all the equipment there. So any country now that is promoting Nigeria, giving them money for arms, you are promoting terrorism, because those arms eventually get into the hand of the terrorists. So you are sponsoring the killing and attack of your own people. Any money that comes from America into Nigeria now, that money is being used to attack America, because the terrorists have taken over almost all the northern parts of Nigeria. So when you give the aids to Nigeria in any form, those aids will go into those terrorists that are reintegrated by the Nigerian state. And guess what? They are the ones that are shouting death to America. So how can you give, even the 50% that is left should be cut off immediately, because that money goes into the hands of the terrorists. Tinubu and his squad, they have no control over those terrorists. What they have control is to send those terrorists to Biafra territory to stop the freedom of our people and to stop those who are questioning the reintegration of terrorists. That's the only place they have the power. But as far as the aids, they use those NGOs They take this money, say, oh, they're sponsoring for AIDS, HIV, and all that. Those are crap. That money don't go there. There's no standard medical center in Nigeria. There's no standard, there's no pipe-borne water in Nigeria. Tinubu does not have pipe-borne water in any home in the whole Nigeria. So why is any country sending any money in any form of non-governmental to Nigeria? The money is not being used for anything except to arm the terrorists that will come back and attack you. Ask yourself, where the money you are sending to Nigeria, where does the money go? Poverty-stricken country, Nigeria, the poverty level in that country is so low. So when you have like United Nations, some of these countries that say they are sending money, NGO money to Nigeria, no, that money does not go to the poverty-stricken Nigeria indigenous. No, it goes into the hand of the politicians that support the reintegration of terrorists. They think the terrorists are going to come to protect them, but eventually they realize they cannot control the terrorists because the terrorists are now going to turn around to remove the indigenous Nigerians because now they find a safe haven in Nigeria. Those terrorists are not going to go anywhere. Nigeria has become home for the terrorists. Especially when the United Nations Secretary General and the deputy, the lady that is there, is supporting the Fulani terrorists. So they go nowhere. They are not going anywhere. Nigeria is gone. Only the absolute dissolution will save lives so that people, indigenous Nigeria in their different regions, can start rebuilding their homes. They will know who are the terrorists and they will have the resources and the capacity to remove the terrorists from their homes. Anyone promoting one Nigeria, you are a terrorist. I'm telling you. There are no two ways about that. So no country in the world can continue to give resources to a country that cannot provide basic pipe-borne water to its citizens. Nigeria is over 60 years. The funding that Nigeria has been receiving from countries like America, maybe Europe and some countries for the past 30, 40 years has been going towards terrorists. So any penny spent in Nigeria goes into terrorism. Forget the propaganda, forget the lobbying that because they know how to manipulate and bribe their ways into different places. The money you are giving to Tinubu and the Nigeria state is going into terrorism sponsor. Use that money to Americans that need it. There are a lot of homeless people in America that need shelter. There are a lot of programs to support the American veterans. They support the American military. They need that money. Not the terrorist state of Nigeria. Nigeria has been declared as a terrorist organization. Their political party has been declared as a terrorist organization by a Canadian court. So again, we thank the United States of America for calling those aid. We also call on all other countries in the world that giving a dime to Nigerian government, you must stop that. These are country that its leadership and politicians, they back thousands of dollars and pounds abroad, and you are giving them money. The money that Nigerian politicians, they steal from the oil is enough to build over 10 countries like Nigeria successfully with cutting-edge hospitals, with pipe-borne water, with cutting-edge education system. Almost all the schools in northern part of Nigeria is shut down, is closed down because the terrorists have taken over. They go to schools and kidnap children in schools. take them inside the bushes. Many of them never returns. Many young girls, undergraduates that are taken by this terrorist, they become pregnant inside the bush. Some of them have 2, 3 kids inside the bush. Very poor conditions. Their families never see them again. Why are you putting money to a terrorist state that lies to you that they are using the money for one project or one program or the other? No, they're not using it for anything. You're putting your money into the hand of terrorists, and you need to stop. You must push for the dissolution of Nigeria. Only that will save lives. Any party, any individual promoting one Nigeria or putting money into any program in Nigeria, you are promoting terrorism. Again, like I said, I thank our President Trump for cutting that fund to the central government of Nigeria, 50%. We, the Biafran people, and all of us of freedom, and all the people that wants to make the world a better place, expect 100% cut to any fund to the Nigerian state, because the money goes into the hand of terrorists. Again, the United States of Bafra was declared on November 29, 2024 in Latin Finland. We are protecting that freedom. 80 million Biafrans are today protecting that freedom. About 1% or less than 1% are working with the Nigeria terrorist government to fight this freedom. And Biafrans are already ready fighting those people. We already know our enemies. The Nigeria state has been peacefully notified to leave the foreign state of Biafra. I am open for discussion. The Foreign Affairs Department of the United States of Biafra government has written to the Nigerian state, has written to the delegitimized governors to leave, peacefully leave Biafra territory. We expect them to do that. That will be the right thing to do. If they don't, we will make sure they leave our country. We will protect our people and our land from the terrorist government of Nigeria. Again, our Memorial Day is coming up on May 30th. We are sending a line of wonderful speakers for the event. I encourage everyone listening to me, if you have not picked up your ticket, pick up your ticket for the event from Eventbrite, and also pick up your ticket, block your hotel from the Churchill Hotel, which they've sent out the flyer with the QR code and the link to reserve your hotel accommodation for the May 30th event. It is a memorable day for the commemoration of our heroes and heroines that lost their lives trying to defend our land. We are doing a brochure for that Memorial Day, the first ever brochure from the United States of Biafra government. Please ensure that you take a page in that brochure. These brochures will be delivered to our incarcerated leader, Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, and our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, whom the Nigerian government colluded with countries, the head of countries of these two places, to take away our leader, Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, who was kidnapped from Kenya. Even though the Kenya government has openly come out through a court ruling and told Nigeria to leave Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu, let him go and pay him compensation, but Nigerian state has refused. The refusal of the Nigerian state to let our leader Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu go shows this killing that the Nigerian police is doing to innocent Biafrans is not out of place. The clampdown order given by Tinubu and Christopher Musa and the legitimized governors to take away, to forcefully remove, to kill anyone Biafra is an order from above. That is why you see that guy that was killed and the one that they killed yesterday, Nkere and their group, the one they killed and the one they continue to kill is an order from the Nigerian state. But we, Biafrans, and we stop. you from those killings. The 80 million Biafrans will stop these killings and this forceful removal of innocent Biafrans by the Nigerian state and their agents. It must stop. We will stop you when no one could. Nigeria plotted with Finland to take away our Prime Minister, Simon Eber. That which Simon Eber was talking about, it is the same thing that most world disciplined leaders have said. The same thing the Prime Minister was saying. But again, Nigeria colluding with Finland to take away our Prime Minister Simon Eber has also collaborated in the killing of that innocent young guy. That was a clear order given to them by Tinubu and Christopher Musa. Anyone that is a Biafran, kill them, forcefully take them away, so that they will not talk about the United States of Biafran government, so that they will not talk about their new nation. That is all, nothing more. That was why they took away our Prime Minister, Simon Eber, colluding with Finland. But I expect Finland to be able to leave our Prime Minister, Simon Eber, alone. He has not committed any crime. Finland cannot say that they got their evidence from Nigeria police, a police that have been declared as a terrorist organization by a Canadian court. On what basis will any court try any Biafran using evidence from any Nigerian police? This same Nigerian police that shot that innocent young guy whose hands were tied to the back. What evidence can you as a country or a court obtain and certify from that same Nigerian police that committed those kind of crimes and lie against those people? No evidence can stand from anything Nigerian or any Nigerian police, no, unless you are not following. So I call on Finland to leave our Prime Minister, His Excellency Simon Eber. Let him go. Let him go. He is trying to stop the terrorism of the Nigerian state. And Nigerian state bribed Finland to take our Prime Minister away. Finland now put the economic gain, which is the bribery, which they got from the Nigerian state, over the human right, which Simon Eber was protecting. Finland now put the economic gain above the lives of thousands of indigenous Nigerians and indigenous Biafrans that are being murdered every day by the Nigerian state. The United States of Biafra people will never allow this criminality to continue. Again, I heard about 5 people were killed just yesterday by Charles Soludo militia. Innocent Biafrans that were running away from the terrorists that are acting as militia for Charles Soludo, the delegitimized governor in the old Anambra state. So innocent Biafrans that were running away from the market were killed by Okada, including a little child. Because the Nigerian state hired these reintegrated terrorists that murder people by the second. So innocent Biafrans were running away from these militia security apparatus instituted by Tinubu and Charles Soludo, and in the process of that, 5 innocent Biafrans were killed. for not committing any, just for being in an entity where the terrorist state of Nigeria is in charge. Nigeria is currently forcefully occupying a foreign sovereign land, and we've notified them to leave. They cannot continue to forcefully occupy our land, forcefully kill innocent Biafrans, forcefully remove innocent Christians, and think that we are going to keep quiet. That will never happen. The Operation Nigeria Must Go has been launched. Nothing Nigeria is welcome at this time in the 40th state of Biafra. Our recognition by the OEAS, Organization of Emerging African States, we thank them. I know it happened earlier, but again, we have to also reiterate that. I also want Biafrans to know, those countries that recognize the Republic of Biafra between 1967 and 1970 are still giving us their support as we speak. Again, we are able to, in the process of making sure that the indigenous people of Biafra, which our Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu established, was not hijacked by the Nigeria state. We opened a WhatsApp platform for all the indigenous people of Biafra that we are following Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu. And again, I'm very, very excited with the turnout on that WhatsApp in less than 24 hours or even 12. We have almost 500 people, indigenous people of Biafra, that have signed up into that WhatsApp. That's a very good one. I thank everyone that is there. It's mostly going to be an interactive place for us to ensure that the terrorist state of Nigeria does not take over our land, and we remove them from our land. The restoration and protection of Biafra land is not just a task of Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu or Prime Minister Simon Ekpa or myself, Dr. Brgie. It is a task of the 80 million Biafrans to ensure that that which we have rejected, they leave our land. So I know we are scheduling the first meeting for this group on Monday. And I'm very, very excited, and I'm looking forward to that. The Nigerian state continue to misinform the world. Recently, Tinubu has appointed Bianca Ojukwu as the Secretary of Foreign Affairs of Nigeria. And again, this individual, Bianca Ojukwu, has no representation, has no part, does not play any role in the United States of Biafra as a people. Anyone, any country, any individual, any organization communicating with this woman, Bianca Ojukwu, on behalf of Biafra, you are deceiving yourself. You're making a very big mistake. Bianca Ojukwu does not in any shape or form represent the 80 million Biafrans under the leadership of Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu and the Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. So no one, no country, no individual should discuss anything about the new nation of Biafra with Bianca Ojukwu. I know that was why Tinubu appointed her to that position, but I tell you, Bianca Ojukwu was part of the contribution of the Finland government to take away Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, who stood to stop the terrorists in Nigeria. This Bianca Ojukwu was part of the plot to take away the Prime Minister Simon Ekpa. So she cannot in any way, does not in any form represent Biafran people. The only representation of the 80 million Biafrans at this time is my humble self, Dr. Brgie. The United States of Biafra cabinets, the 40 state governors in Biafra territory, their commissioners, the different heads of missions in different parts of the world, and the stakeholders in Biafra territory and abroad, and the envisioned United States of Biafra and its squad, Only this group of individuals are the true representative of the 80 million Biafrans at this time. Any discussion should be able to involve them. Anything outside this is fraudulent. So do not be deceived. Bianco Ojukwu represents the terrorist state of Nigeria. Any politician in Nigeria represents the terrorist state of Nigeria. No single good will come out from them. So anyone talking to her about anything, you're just wasting your time. She will just bribe you with the money they steal from the Biafra territory, from our oil. And at the end of the day, the Christian genocide can never stop. She does not have the power to do anything. So for those of you that they may be deceiving that because Odumegwu Ojukwu was the husband of Biafra and led Biafra between 1967 and 1970, if they are bringing that narrative to you, just know that it's dead on arrival. She has no capacity. She's fighting the Biafra that the husband established. She was part of those that colluded with Finland government to take away, to kidnap our Prime Minister Simon Eber. She has no basis, no ground to talk about Biafra. We are keeping records of all the thousands of indigenous Biafrans that are being forcefully removed or killed every day by the Nigerian state and the delegitimized governors. All the delegitimized governors in the southeast and south-southern part of Nigeria, old Nigeria, which is currently the Biafra territory, we have peacefully written to them to leave the 40 state of Biafra land. My expectation is that that would be the right thing to do because the 80 million Biafrans have spoken. These delegitimized governors are just less than 1%, but they are using the power of the gun, the AK-47 and the bullet to silence Biafrans. And like I said, they will also have equal commensurate action once they continue to remove and forcefully kill innocent Biafrans from the United States of Biafra government. Again, finally, I call on all the international bodies, including the FBI, the CIA, to institute cases against the Nigerian state and the delegitimized governors and those militia they are working with for committing crimes against humanity. The public execution of that innocent boy in Delta State, the thousands of innocent Biafrans that are missing, the forceful removal of innocent Biafrans in their quiet communities in Biafra land, the mass murder, the thousands of killings of Christians in several parts of Nigeria. I'm calling on them to start investigation of Nigerian politicians and their enemies that are committing these crimes against humanity. I think on that note, again, please continue to donate your funds. This is our weekly fundraising. We want to continue doing that, and we want to raise as much money as possible. Please continue to donate. Nigerian government is selling the oil, the crude oil from Biafra land, and using the money to buy thousands of AK-47 bullets that they are using to silence innocent Biafrans, just like the ones we saw they execute publicly. All their special squad, they gave them thousands and thousands of ammunitions with a clear instruction to continue to kill the Christians, to continue to kill Biafrans. We cannot fold our hands while the Nigerian state continues to forcefully remove and forcefully kill our people. We have to defend our people. We have to defend our land. So please continue to donate so that we will continue to meet up to these expectations to make the lives of our people better for them. Thank you so much. Fundraising, over to you. Family, you're muted. Are you muted?
Okay, thank you very much for that update. I'd just like to, this is a reminder or clarification. Up to this moment, some people are still not sure how to get their tickets or their hotel and other preparations that are necessary for the 30th declaration in Washington. If you intend to go or to attend, please, we already have information everywhere. I posted on all the forums and then on the forum of the attendees, all the forums, both in Telegram and in WhatsApp. I posted information on how to get your tickets, how to make your hotel reservation, and everything about the brochure. Please follow that. I know some people are calling me to send me receipt for the brochure. It's all specified, how to go about it. Please check on the platforms. If you don't have it, then I don't know if I'm gonna forward again. I've really forwarded so much. Please just watch out and then read. Everything is simplified and explained.
Yeah. Again, for the receipt for the brochures, like I told them, they can send it to any of the people in the committee. There is a Washington DC committee. Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, sometimes they just need so much clarification and all that, and we don't want this to delay. The deadline, the cutoff deadline for the brochure is May 15th. After May 15th, the printing company is going to start printing those brochures, and those brochures are expected to be ready in Washington DC by latest by May the 25th. So if they have any concerns or questions, you can call me, and also you can the receipts, they can send it to any of the committee members in the Washington DC committee, like Honorable Adese, there's Pastor Rose is there, there is the African Rep Festus is there. I know Josh is there from Maryland. I know the DC Administrator Ngozi is there. I know the Pascal is there. Honorable Christopher is there. And again, our people, because of sometimes things are a little bit hard for them, I need, or any of these individuals that is contacted to address the concerns that those Biafrans are having sometimes, because it's just so difficult for them. So again, they can send the receipts to any of these individuals, and then the individual, you send that information to the Foreign Affairs Director, who should be able to send all the information to those that are compiling it, like Pascal and all that. So again, yeah, sometimes you post it from this, sometimes it's just, they're just not following it. So I want all the committee members, because we don't have time to really be addressing these calls as it's coming, to help them facilitate this process so that deadline we meet it. Thank you so much. Let's go to the fundraising, please.
Okay, thank you. And then on this, then we're going to have to go straight to the fundraising today. Honorable Mouthpiece, are you here? Is she here today? I'm not sure she's here. Let me see. Honorable Mouthpiece, are you here? Okay, then I'm going to start. Let me admit some people. Please, those of you that are going to work, you can raise your hand and then come on and then do your donation. Those in homeland, please, we're going to call on you first, so that because of the time difference, I know it's night time over there in homeland, and in other places too that have the same time zone as homeland. And those of you, that have emergency or going to work, you can come on, and then after that we can start, taking the hands up. But if you're able to raise your hand, we're going to start right now. So I'm going to call on Cordelia Eze to please, unmute yourself, and then Cordelia Eze, unmute yourself, please. Cordelia Eze, unmute yourself. Are you having problem? Okay, the next person, Honorable Josh. Honorable Josh, if you can unmute yourself, you can get ahead. Cordelia, even when you're ready, please let me know. Thank you very much. If you're able to
unmute yourself. I think she's muted.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
All right. Greetings to everyone. A special greeting to our DPM and members of the cabinet, and also fellow Biafrans and honorables. Today is our fundraising again, as we normally do. I have an update from Maryland here to give. The total amount is 450 ejema.
Wow.
Okay. All right. So the first on the list is Gideon Inyezie, 100 ejema for monthly dues for May. The second on the list is Maazi Christian Elekwachi and family, giving a total of 200 ejema for the state of Olo. And the last on the list, Chinyere Ohanyerenwa, 150 ejema. 100 is for the monthly dues for May, and then 50 is for PM appeal court. Total of 150 that she's giving. So the total amount, like I said, is 450 for today. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you, Maryland. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yeah. Cordelia Enze, are you having problem trying to unmute yourself? Or if you cannot, please talk. Maybe I can get you. Talk if you can. All right, I'm going to go next to Maazi Uza. Maazi Uza, over to you, please.
Yeah, good evening, everyone.
You're welcome.
Yeah, we greet you.
You're welcome.
At DPM, as always, we appreciate you. Today, from Republic of Ireland, we have 120 ejema.
Okay.
And the donors are Doris and Amsterdam, 30 ejema. Stina collecting 20 ejema. Promise Ekele, which 10 ejema. Ngozi Wanko, 10 ejema. And Mazozo, 50 ejema, total 120 ejema. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much. And next is Honorable Faith Nkere, North Carolina. Over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, my honorables. My DPM, I greet you, all the honorables in the House and all Biafrans. One love from here. Yes, North Carolina is giving a total of 130 today. 50 from me and my spouse. And Maazi Eden wife is giving 50. And Mama Bridget is giving a total of 30. Ejema, Bishop gives us 130 today. Thank you so much. North Carolina, if you can hear my voice, come out and support our freedom and recognition. We're almost there. Give me a call, 678-200-0217. One love from here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Faith Nkere. Thank you very much. Next is Charleston Ogachukwu. I think that's Ohio.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Again, I cannot emphasize how enormous this level of love that our DPM and everybody in the leadership core group of this organization are doing for people. When we have so many naysayers, you kept it going. So that alone. From Ohio, our total for this week is 175 ejema, broken down as follows. Honorable Olo Obonna, 50 ejema. Maazi Augustine Madukwe from Aludo, 50 ejema. and then the Cleveland Biafrans collectively 75 Ejema, making it a total of 175. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry. Good evening.
Yeah, have you made it?
Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I'm so sorry. I came back late because you know, one or two things. So I'm so sorry. I don't know. Should I leave it or?
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Start from the next person is going to be Ruth.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just give out that of the X space, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me first greet you. Thank you so much, Honorable Fandian, and thank you so much, our DPM. So sorry, you know, sometimes one or two things can come in when you least expected it.
Yeah, but you made it.
Yeah, so I'm so sorry about that. I've been here, but you know, so I greet you, Your Excellency. I greet you, Biafrans. So from the X space, we have that of. Sorry, guys. Sorry. So we have that of 24,000 HN.
Okay.
So, and that is from Ugo is 5,000 HN. Kochux 042 is 4,000 HN. Bartolomeo is 10,000 HN. And Simon Kenneth is 5,000 HN.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, dear friends. And so the next person is Eze, Cordelia Eze, from my own. That's what I see here.
Yeah, Cordelia Eze.
Yes, so Cordelia Eze, please unmute yourself. Thank you so much.
I've called on her severally. I don't know whether she's having problem trying to raise her hand or whether she's sleeping. So let's move to the next person.
So the next person is Ruth, Honorable Ruth, Assistant USB, New Jersey.
Yeah. Good evening, dear friends. Good evening, DPN, and all the honorable in the house. Yeah, from New Jersey. Our total today is at 250.
Okay.
And the name as follows: Sister Nayam, 100 Ejim. Honorable Lama, Honorable Lama, 50 Ejima. Myself, 50 Ejima. And Mazioninamus, 50 Ejima. Total 250.
Yeah.
Wow, thank you so much. Sister, I heard you just came back from Biafra.
Yes, of course.
Yeah, can you tell us a little bit? How was it?
It was beautiful. Biafrans are happy. They are excited about our new nation. They can't wait for the whole restoration. They were all excited. But security-wise, everywhere is so tense. But Biafrans are holding up. They are not giving up.
Wow.
Yes.
Wow. Hey, Pechirigo.
How much before? That is they are so happy about DBM. They were like, oh, what a wonderful woman. Oh my God. I can't believe this. How much love and excitement. They can't wait. They are all excited.
Thank you. You're welcome. Thank you so much. Welcome back. And again, I hear that every day, and that is why this final push we intend. We're trying to ensure that the Biafran. Again, I want everyone to remember that Nigeria uses what we call divide and conquer tactics. That is the way of the Fulani terrorists to divide and hold people and subjugate and kill them. So that divide and conquer is using people who are supposedly Biafrans to fight Biafrans. But again, we've known this trick, this tactics. Again, any Biafran that not learned from what happened to Onyendo Nnamdi Kanu and Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, if you don't learn from those two, that means you will never learn again. So the idea of the Nigerian state every now and then, at each step of our freedom, trying to use the so-called presumably Biafrans to make them again, those that listen to the criminal Chibuze Buato, when he was talking about how he and Tinubu and Charles Soludo killed that innocent boy yesterday. Another one they killed. You can see how he was explaining how Tinubu and Christopher Musa, they tell them to go inside Biafra, pretend to be part of the, because from what he was saying, Charles Soludo and co, they send the Nigerian terrorist criminals that are these reintegrated terrorists they hire in the police to go and be part of those innocent guys that they killed, to be buying drugs with them, to be smoking drugs with them, and then they plant them inside the boys' group or inside their group to find out more information. And eventually, Tinubu and Soludo ordered them to kill the innocent boy. So again, they claim, you can Gurabu claim that this guy, they were buying drugs. Is buying drugs enough reason to just shoot somebody and kill the person without a formal trial? Tinubu travels outside Nigeria. Tinubu and the wife, Oluremi Tinubu, travels outside Nigeria. And you go to civilized countries. You enjoy them. You enjoy the countries. You want to be part of them. But you and your husband, you don't allow innocent Biafrans and indigenous Nigerians to go through any normal process of the court system. So even if this guy was dealing in drugs, which I know is a lie, is that enough for you, Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Charles Soludo, to order the killing of these people by militia? Remember, these people, this Iden Gurago is not a police person. It's not anything. It's just being used by the Nigerian state to stop Biafra freedom by pointing out innocent Biafrans that do not want to cohabit with reintegrated terrorists. From the evidences, and again, I'm calling on the FBI, the CIA, all intelligence organizations to pick and ensure that Nigeria state and these individuals like Chibuze Buato, Iken Gurago, and their co are charged with the appropriate criminal activities, which is crime against humanity. Charles Soludo, all these people, they just use these militias that are secretly pointing at innocent Biafrans. And then the reintegrated terrorists, they get AK-47, they kill them. So if this guy was dealing in drugs, according to what that Chibuze Buato was saying and the lies that they purport, if they were doing drugs or something, is that enough for the Nigerian state to kill him? Or all these reintegrated terrorists in the northern part of Nigeria that are smoking drugs every second, what is Tinubu doing about them? They go in, they chase out a whole community. They attack certain communities. Tinubu cannot stop that. He cannot do anything, but he comes to Biafra territory to terrorize and colonize innocent Biafrans using these so-called Biafrans that are killing, forcefully removing our people who has not committed any crime. So if this guy was buying drugs, is it enough to just shoot him and kill him? Where is the justice system? Did they take him to court? Even if it's a public record This criminal, Chibuzeba, said that Tinubu planted him inside those Biafran, inside this guy that they killed yesterday, at Tata or whatever. So he admitted that Charles Soludo, Tinubu, told him to be part. They planted these people, according to them, their fake intelligence inside this guy. Then when they saw the guys, they were buying drugs. The drugs is about to come. And the guy went to call police to tell them that that's when something happened and they killed the guy. What happened if actually the lives of the Nigerian state was a fact? If the guy ordered for drugs or something, what is the normal process? Why is he not going to be taken to court to be tried? If they believe they have a court system, a judicial system, why not take him to the court and try him with those drugs you said, you claimed that he bought? Why? Why should Tinubu just kill a mother boy, a breadwinner in the family? So the jungle justice that Tinubu Musa using this same police that Finland said they obtained evidence from, you can see how that Finland judgment was so flawed, because that evidence was obtained from people like this Nkere, who just keep lying against Biafrans and trying to attack our freedom, which I know they can never ever succeed. Why kill? Why should Tinubu and Charles Soludo kill that innocent boy? Using the reintegrated terrorists, they gave AK-47 as special task force. Nigerian police have been committing this atrocity for ages. Not anymore in Biafra land. We cannot fold our hands while innocent Biafrans are being killed every day by the Nigerian state, while the terrorists are busy killing in the northern part of Nigeria. Tinubu and Christopher Musa and Charles Soludo and Ngozi and Mba and P2B and Co. The Nigerian politicians are busy killing in the southeastern part of the southern part of Biafra. That is not going to continue anymore. These people are committing crimes against humanity by the second. It is a task of the United States of Biafra cabinet to stop that. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Thank you, New Jersey Mission. So we'll now go to, I think I saw the hand of Honorable Kenneth Nathaniel of Lagos Mission before. I don't know, I can't see him again.
Maybe he'll come back if he's kicked out.
Okay.
He'll have to come back.
Okay. All right then. So let's go to Honorable Justina Nonye Odozo. Honorable, the mic is yours, please. Honorable Justina, are you there?
Justina, unmute yourself.
And Kadila too. Are they having problems trying to unmute themselves today or what?
I don't know.
Okay. Okay, other people can raise their hands if you've taken those from homeland and then those going to work. So every other person can raise their hand and then call out your donation if you have any. Okay, let me do this.
Okay, I see Spanish Mission. Honorable Spanish Mission, please, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Honorable Martins, for giving me the mic. Good evening, everybody. Good evening, fellow Biafrans, friends of Biafra, lovers of freedom. Good evening, fellow honorables, head of missions, admins. I thank you all for being in the gathering of Biafran brothers once again. And my special greetings to our Excellency, the DPM. And thank you for all you're doing. Excellency, you've been doing so fine. And we'll keep honoring you for what you are doing. It's not easy, but you're still there, pushing on. Thank you for continuity. I have a first one from my mission. I have I've remitted 65 Ejema for this evening so far. And the donors are Mercy JJ Osinachi, 30 Ejema for Ikemba State, and Mercy JJ Osinachi again, 20 Ejema for BLA, and Wada Ojenibu Godwin, 10 Ejema for BLA also. So that amounts to the 65 Ejema so far this evening. And yes, I'm using this opportunity also to call everybody, every Biafran in Spain, that you need to align with the USBG government in Spain. Try so much to make sure that you are part of what we are doing. I can see some people, they go to some platforms, they speak, they say they are from Spain, but I can't see you people participating in what we are doing. It's very, very honorable to participate in what we are doing, because tomorrow we will always tell the story of this. Make sure that you are participating so that your name will appear in tomorrow's journal of what we have been doing. Don't say tomorrow that you were in front of the.
Can you go ahead with your fundraising, and then you can talk later, please? So we have other hands up. Can you make it?
I've made my fundraising. I'm just trying to encourage the people that are from my region, and they always some of them always come up in some platforms and keep making statements and saying they are from Spain, but I'm not seeing them in what we are doing. So I'm telling them to join us.
Put your phone number so they can reach out to you. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you. So you can reach out with the phone number of 34632719322. Align with the government in Spain and be part of what we are doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your donation. And
thank you.
And that phone number too. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Spanish Mission. Thank you, Honorable. Let's go back again to Honorable Justina Nonye Odozo. Are you there now, please? Honorable Justina, are you there? Honorable Cordelia Eze, are you there? Okay, we'll now go to Honorable Ike Chukwujon. Ike Chukwujon, please unmute yourself. Ike Chukwujon. All right. Right. Okay. Go ahead, Ike Chukwujon.
Am I coming out?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, to all my Biafrans.
There was.
On behalf of USB Malaysia Family Mission, actually announce our April donation.
Okay. When did you make the payment? Did you make it last month?
No. Just like day before yesterday or yesterday.
Okay, which is in May. You made it in this May, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
So the total 141 eje, 141,000 eje.
Okay.
The donors, Mazi Daniel, 50 Malaysia ringgit. Mazi Isinweke, 50 Malaysia ringgit. Mazi Austin, 100 Malaysia ringgit. Mazi Daniel, 50 Malaysia ringgit. Mazi John Atto, 30 Malaysia ringgit. Mazi Ndubisi, 10,000 eje. Mazi Okanume, 17,000 eje. Mazi Malaki, 50 Malaysia ringgit. Total 141 eje.
141,000 eje.
Eje.
Is that correct? 141,000 eje. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Jonato, and thank you, Malaysian Nation.
My DPM, Pico Amarom Nemo Eliju Ajuju.
Go ahead.
Okay. Iji wee kwupụla anyị abụrụ m a fan of ị na-ajụ ajụjụ na social media gbasatala iji nwere onwe abụrụ m a fan ya cha maka na onye ọbụla na-alụ ọrụ Chukwu, onye ọbụla na-alụ ọrụ humanitarian, ị na-edere ejukwu ajụjụ wee mara ihe ị ga-eme nọ ịmara ihe ị ga-emelu Biafra ị na-eme a na-afụ aka ọlụ gị. Mana ajụjụ a na-eli m nri na-arụ sinsi. Ọ na-eli m ezigbote nri na-arụ sinsi. Ajụgo m ya ofu ọkwụ m nwoke, ọsa nwụrụ m dị ajụjụ stone si ka m bịa jụọ ya, so inyego m go ahead nza njụ ya. Ajụjụ m na-ajụ ma Dr. Ngozi Orabaeze wa DPM bụ, o nwere okwu ị na-ekwu nke ikpete maazụ a na ọlụ a abụrụkwa n'ụsọsọ gị ka ọ dịrị. Ọ dịla anyị nche niile ịchụpụ Nigeria na Biafra land. Ọlụ a dịla anyị nche niile nọ na Biafra land, ma ndị igwe o, ivu ma ndị politician kwesị iso wee na-achụpụ Nigeria na Biafra land. Anyị na-asị uniform men, ndị polisi, Biafrans nọ na police, army, navy, civil defense, anywhere nọ resign. Ndị bụkwanụ ndị Nigeria nọ na Biafra land, biko ha naba ka anyị enwerugokwana onwe anyị. Anyị eridikriago Biafra on 29 November 2024. Ajụjụ m wee bụrụzia, kedu ka anyị ga-esi nyere ụmụ nwanne anyị aka? Kedu ka anyị ga-esi eduketi ụmụ nwanne anyị ndị na-alụ ọrụ na gọọmenti house, local government of Nigeria nọ na Biafra land, ministry agriculture, education, all the ministries in Nigeria nọ na Biafra land, internal revenue, ndị niile na-ana tax na Nigeria, bụsị ndị ụmụ nwanne anyị, our fathers, our mothers, uncle and sisters. Every day anyị na-asị ndị Nigeria na-ana ha pụtakwa ụla ejebekwa ọrụ na Nigeria na Biafra land. Kedu ka anyị ga-esi nyelu ndị dị etu aka? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. Again, what you're asking is nothing new. The restoration of a new nation is not something you do overnight. Again, I tell people, use the example of Somaliland. Somaliland has been operating as since after their declaration around the 1970s. Their first recognition came in that it's your last year by Israel. That was 32 years after their re-declaration. If you've been following Alberto, our Prime Minister, he says, after our re-declaration in Finland, which we did on November 29th, 2024, that is when the real restoration of Biafra begins. That's when it begins. There is nothing you can do. Don't worry yourself. The needful is already being done. And that is what I keep telling our people. You're not going to reinvent the wheel. Don't do anything extra. We are already on the right trajectory. The restoration of the United States of Biafra is a gradual process that is already unfolding in our eyes. Let me quickly tell you, the declaration of Nigeria as a country of particular concern is part of the restoration of Biafra. The declaration of Nigeria as the most dangerous country in the world for Christians to live is part of Biafra restoration. The affirmation of Christian genocide in Nigeria is part of Biafra restoration. Recently, as of yesterday, the cutting off of 50% of aids that America gives to Nigeria is part of Biafra restoration. It's not everyone that will know this. It's not when people start doing baza, shooting guns. No. What is happening to Nigeria now, for the first time in history, Nigeria is going down by the seconds. Some of you may not really know how Nigeria is being delegitimized by the second, not just inside Nigeria, but also by other world bodies, and other countries in the world. The bombing of Nigeria in Sokoto on December 25th, 2025 is Biafra restoration. So do not worry yourself. Any Biafran that is not following now, they can never follow. And if where they go every day is the only place they get their daily bread, I'm not going to stop that. I'm not going to stop them from doing that. My target, or what we are looking at, it's not Biafrans that are going around to get their daily bread every day. No. The target is the terrorist state of Nigeria, Tinubu, Christopher Musa, the legitimized governors. Those are the ones that must leave Biafra land. They will leave. As of the timeline when they leave, it's not something you and I can discuss. But they will leave. Because we are following all the formal processes of the declaration of an independent state as set out by the Montevideo Convention. We've met all the guidelines. We are the only one holding ourselves. So as we continue to get funding, as we continue this fundraising is very critical. When you're asking what we need to do, just increase the fundraising you are doing here. As that money increases, we are going to be seeing better results in those homeland and in those areas where the Nigerian terrorist state are going to kill our people. That's all that is required. Nothing more is needed. The delegitimization of Nigeria by Biafrans is already in the mind of all Biafrans. That is why the voluntary Monday sit at home has been successful for the past 5 years. Every Monday, Biafrans shut down their businesses. The schools are not open. The banks are not open. That is our freedom there on its own. And I want to encourage all Biafrans, continue the voluntary Monday sit at home. Nigeria state is fighting this. You can see the things that Nigeria state is fighting. Our task as Biafrans is to be able to fight those things that Nigeria is fighting. Once you continue to do that, our freedom is already guaranteed. It's already here. You don't have to do anything. Sit at home on Monday. That is your wish. You don't want to validate. Once you move out from your house on Monday, you are validating Tinubu and the Nigeria state. If these killings they are doing to our people, if you want it to stop, if you want our freedom, if you want Nigeria to live our land, you must sit at home on Monday voluntarily. Once you continue to do that and continue to donate as little as you can, and then with all the donations you also get it privately, trust me, it's only a matter of time. So you don't even like it's not following at this time. It has never been followed. And don't try to think too much about this. This freedom is already there. If you have been following all these things I've mentioned to you, which our allies are doing to ensure Nigeria crumbles, there's nothing else you have to do. That is why Nigeria is going amok like a mad woman, shooting people, killing people, openly and all that. Just keep recording those things. That's another thing. Keep recording those things and keep sending it and reporting it to the appropriate quarters. That's all you need to do. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to add to what you're saying, that even the internal conflict is also part of it, because without the internal conflict, you wouldn't be able to sieve out those who are not genuinely for the freedom we are seeking. So that is just
the internal conflict. I won't really call it. I won't call it the internal conflict. What I'll call it is those that are being bribed by the Nigerian state and being used to attack our freedom. This is what they've done in the past 50 years. Unfortunately, they have failed every single day, because now this is you call them internal enemies, but I call them the divide and conquer that Nigeria uses. They give them little money, like this criminal called Chibuse. He's just looking for relevance, looking for Nigeria state to give him money. But Onyeka has already said that serve Nigeria state and come back in shame. It doesn't matter what they talk about, Onyeka Nnamdi or about Prime Minister Simon Ekpa or about Dr. Robese. It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter. They are paid to be doing those things they are doing. It's the task of the 80 million Biafran to stop them, because we've already been through a lot. We've already known that innocent blood has been shed. Innocent thousands of Biafrans have been killed for this freedom. So what they are doing is coming to an end, because about before that got through, or that got see through at this time.
Yeah.
Biafrans have exposed their nakedness. That is why they are failing. Those of them, remember after our declaration in Finland, remember what those of them that used to attack the Biafra, the declaration we did, those of them that used to attack our freedom, those of them that used to attack Dr. Robesa, some of them, where are they right now? That's a question you have to ask yourself. Where are some of them right now? They were all fizzled out. This is the way the legitimized governors are going to, you won't even know when they pack their bags and run away from the foreign state of Biafra territory. We are coming to that angle. They will. Anything Nigeria, they will leave Biafra territory. That is a promise. They will. And our allies are already making this job easier for us. They're already living. They're already living with them. So do not worry. Nigerian government will not tell you what they are going through every single day. But I'm telling you, and that is the way it's going to continue until all of them run away from Nigeria. Most of them have already started looking for where to go for asylum if eventually it comes to that point. Yeah, but there's nothing which we have to do. Every Biafran have that in their mind. Every Biafran is already free. Every Biafran has already conquered their territory. It's just a matter of time. Those Tinubu and Co, Saludo, those are them that use the power of the gun to suppress people. Their time is running out. And it will run out because they cannot continue to use the machineries of the guns and bullets to hold people down. So don't worry about that. Has already said that the new nation will come from abroad. The restoration of Biafra will come from diaspora. So do not worry about anything.
Afomolo Biafra, mother of peace.
Yeah.
DPM Dr. Ngozi Arabeze Dalu, Ajuje Sam Julumafo, Ojulumezbafo. When I walk all the professors, India Avunebo, how I select Nigerian president. Every 4 years, I've been selected as professor. I believe Buapati. Bakwano no, na 2027 na. Bakwano no. I am with go Biafra. Dalon.
Thank you so much. And again, we've already launched Operation Nigeria Must Go. And it is task of every, like you said, it is the job of every 80 million Biafran to ensure that no element of Nigeria stays in our land. No element, and again, it's already happening. I'm getting the reports. Those that used to partner with the Nigerian state before, many of them now have abandoned Nigeria. That is why they are running helter-skelter. That's why they made Bianco Ojukwu to become the information foreign affairs minister for Nigeria, because the Nigeria is collapsing by the minute. They think by appointing Bianca that she's going to use whatever lies and propaganda she's talking about, that the husband Ojukwu was in charge of Biafra between 67 and 70, and she witnessed, because that's a lie they tell to some people that do not understand. You will hear stories like, oh, my husband said there will never be Biafra again, because between 1967 and 1970, many people died. Then she will tell you she doesn't want so many people to die again. That's why she's against Biafra, blah, 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 blah. And then again, Bianca has no say in the restoration of the new nation. She is an agent of the terrorist state of Nigeria. Everyone should be very, very clear about that. The promotion they gave her as a foreign affairs secretary in Nigeria has nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Biafra restoration, Biafra freedom. Every Biafran, they are now rising up to stop the Nigerian terrorist state. If you want to contest for any election in 2027, you should move to the western part of Nigeria where Tinubu stays, or you should move to the north or to the middle belt. We have 40 state governors in Biafra territory, and they're already working. Anything Nigeria currently, you are occupying a sovereign state. That is why we are using every legal means to remove Nigeria from Biafra land. We have several lawsuits against Nigeria, several courts. They've been called upon. They are running away. They will either look for a request or ask for postponement for 3 months, 6 months, and the courts are not giving them that because the evidences are overwhelming against the Nigerian state. That is the way it's going to continue to be. Nigeria will walk away from Biafra land. So do not be moved, anyone. Go ahead, Fundy.
Thank you, Your Excellency. The thing is that the Nigeria as a whole, or the rulers ruling Nigeria, already know that Biafra is here. It's only our people who are still trying to, those who are benefiting are still trying to hold on to that Nigeria. But already Nigeria knows that Biafra, we are now a sovereign nation and we don't have anything to do with them. And for that fact, trying to say, they didn't give us a rail system, blah, blah, blah. They already know that we are no longer in Nigeria. So they can't give you a rail line. So, okay. So, thank you so much, Your Excellency. So the next person, let me call back Cordelia Eze. Are you there, ma'am? If you're not there, let's go back to Honorable Justina Nonye Odozo.
Yeah,
are you there?
I'm here.
Okay,
yes,
all right then.
Good evening, Honorable DPM, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. I greet you. Good evening, Honorable Fundraising.
You're welcome.
I greet you. Good evening, mouthpiece of the gods. All cabinets, all Biafrans, I greet everyone. My name is Justin Odozo, Belgium rep. And for today, these are the names of the donors. First,
may I have your total first, please?
Yeah, the total is 150 ejema.
Okay, go ahead.
And these are the names of the donors. Wada Obi Obubu, 30 ejema. Mazi Godwin Werner, 20 ejema. Mazi Adindo Suoke, 10 ejema. Mazi Alphonsus Uchennawe, 10 ejema. Wada Mary Ogudelens, 5 ejema. Mazi Chijoke Michael, 5 ejema. Mazi Daniel O, 5 ejema. Mazi Gabriel Robert Okafu, 10 Ejema, Evangelist C.O., 5 Ejema, Nwada Princess Ifi, 5 Ejema, Nwada Loveth Beta, 5 Ejema, Ade Jagamba, 5 Ejema, Nwada Floris Ewokoro, 5 Ejema, Mazi Charles, 10 Ejema, and myself, Justina Noyo, those are 20 Ejema, bringing the total to 150 Ejema. That's all we have for Belgium this week.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you, Belgian Mission. Thank you so much. So now we'll go to Honorable Benchooks. The mic is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, DPM. We are so delighted to have you as a co-pilot of this very ship. Thank you for what you have been doing. I don't know if I can ask you if you have anything to give to our brothers and sisters in South Africa to take away as they are slaughtering Biafrans like a chicken in South Africa at the moment. And our United Kingdom donation today, as we have 450 Ejema today. Number one in my list here is Rosalind Eke, 50 Ejema.
May I have your total first, please?
The total is 450 Ejema.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Number one is Rosalind Eke, 50 Ejema. Wada Chioma Cecilia, 20 Ejema. Wada Rose Obenna, 60 Ejema. Wada Esther Iwawu, 10 Ejema. Mazi Williams Imala, 20 Ejema. Mazi Uche Fungwa, 50 Ejema. Wada Ndale Margaret Izukane, 10 Ejema. Anonymous F, 10 Ejema. Mazi Omeniu O Chinedu, 20 Ejema. Wada Flora Akubilo, 20 Ejema. Anonymous EI, 50 Ejema. Mazi Tony Senior Agua, 50 Ejema. Mazi Benchooks Agobofim myself, 50 Ejema. Anonymous O, 20 Ejema. This is all what we have from today from United Kingdom. Thank you so much, DPM. I don't know if you have anything for our brothers and sisters in South Africa. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, Honorable Benchooks. And again, for the South African, thanks for your donation. For the South Africa, again, this is what Awoni Nnamdi Kanu was fighting for. This was the same thing our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa was fighting for. The killing of Biafrans in different parts of the world. We see it in different countries, not just in South Africa. The other day in Ghana, they were attacking Biafrans. Biafrans, they ran away from Nigeria because of the terrorism of the Nigerian state. So when they move to other countries, some of them become targets for no reason. So the only thing is that they must all support the freedom which we all seek. Everyone must do what they got to do in their own little way. When we all put in the little that we have to do, our freedom is there. We will go on quickly. for us to be in Biafra territory and be free and conduct our businesses the way we want and aspire to the highest potential given to us by God, we all must be in Biafra territory. At least have a free nation. It doesn't stop us from, again, traveling outside and coming back. But at least you cannot be a second-class citizen in your own primary country. So every Biafran all over the world, you must work for the Biafra freedom or the Biafra restoration. You must be part of this process. You must donate your money to the Biafra government so that we can use those funds to ensure that we are not being killed by the Nigerian state. We want to make sure we use those money to ensure that this terrorist brought in by Nigeria does not continue to kill us. As we keep stopping them, we continue to safeguard our new nation. As we continue to safeguard our new nation, Biafrans all over the world, we start traveling back securely to Biafra territory. There are no two ways about it. People cannot just go and keep quiet and just be doing their own thing, whatever they are in their diaspora, and they think that it will stop. The killings will not stop. The attack will not stop. That is why this freedom protection now is the task of every Biafran. Again, I commiserate with all those people that are being murdered by the indigenous in South Africa. That phobia has always been there. And I'm calling on the South African government to ensure that innocent Biafrans are not being murdered in South Africa. Give them the protection they need. Because there are South Africans everywhere. There are South Africans in Nigeria. If you start and you continue to murder Biafrans in South Africa, the same thing may happen to your own citizens inside Biafra or inside Nigeria, because Biafrans are everywhere. But more importantly, is that Biafrans in South Africa, you must be part of the full restoration and protection of our new nation so that everyone will go home quickly. Because the Nigerian state will continue to fight us using even the government in South Africa. What they did to Simon Eber was using the government of Finland. Just be mindful, be aware. They can use the government in your country to fight you as a Biafran. That is why Nigeria must go. You must support that. Whatever you have to do. We have 40 states in Biafra. Each of the states, we have 15 counties. In each of the counties, we have a state elite person in charge. And the county is the same thing. The district and the ward, the same thing. Continue to equip the United States of Biafra government and the visual elite squad with the resources they need to ensure that Biafrans that are scattered all over the world, we go home quickly. If every Biafran contribute to equipping our elite squad to ensure that they remove the Nigerian state from our land, this killing of Biafrans in South Africa will stop. Everyone must be part of this process. Everyone must be part. And again, I'm very, very happy how many Biafrans are rising up to do one thing or the other, things I never saw in the past. Biafrans are taking it upon themselves. Anything you can do in your own little way, no matter how small, do that. Even if it's mobilizing Biafrans in South Africa to contribute money towards the United States of Biafra government to help us to remove the Nigerian terrorists. That is something you can do. So again, Honorable Ben, I believe that answers your question. The restoration of the freedom of Biafra is not a one-person thing. It's not in my hand. It is in the hand of Biafrans. The voluntary Monday sit at home that Biafrans all over the 40 states are doing, it is their own volition. That's what they want to do. That is what they want to do to ensure that they destroy Nigeria state, they destroy Soludo, they destroy Otib, but that are killing them by voluntarily sitting at home on Monday. That is a referendum statement. The Israeli government, they recognize that. The American government, they recognize, a lot of our allies knows that we are sitting at home every Monday. So for those of you that Soludo will come and threaten, go to market on Monday, you must sit at home. Tell him he can't force you to go out because it's your own private business. And I heard one of he's a guy that lives in Asaba. The other is saying that those markets are built by the government. Therefore, you must go to, because the government built the market does not authorize or give the government the authority, the power to tell you, you must go to market on Monday. That is illegal because you pay for the store. Even on Monday, when you shut down, you still pay the government their price or their monthly dues. So Nigeria, Soludo is just committing crimes against humanity. He will answer to that, I'm telling you. He may think he will get away with it because the Nigerian terrorist state gives him all these security people that are out to the teeth, killing people anyhow. Soludo may think he will get away with it. I'm telling you, you will not get away with that. It's a matter of time. As long as you continue to commit these crimes against humanity, disobey people, disobey the law, abuse human rights, force people when to go to shop and when not to go to shop, you are committing a crime. And I know you know that. But you are more concerned, they are more concerned about being the governor of the delegitimized, of the old Anambra state, or maintaining the governorship. That's all they care for. It's not about the lives of the people. And when you are a leader, and the lives of the indigenous, the lives of your citizens does not matter, then you are not fit to be a leader. It's just a matter of time. So that is the answer. And again, we just encourage every Biafran, do something in your own portion. And this job will be easier for everyone. Let's go to the next person.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that powerful message, because we have been used so much as a bargaining chips. And we're not gonna just fold our hands and let all these things happening. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Let's go to Honorable Kenneth Nathaniel. Honorable Kenneth Nathaniel, the mic is yours.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
Kenneth Nathaniel, are you there? He's falling off again. I think he has
a hard time today.
Yeah. Okay. So let's go to Honorable Chief Opera.
Yes.
Honorable Chief Opera, the mic is yours, sir.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, my DPM, Dr. Ngozi. Good evening, Brandine. My peace of God. There, Joe. From 70 Ejema. My Honorable Okechukwu, 15 Ejema. Mazi John Paul, 25 Ejema. Mazi Samuel, 15 Ejema. Honorable Chief Obara, 15 Ejema, making it 70 Ejema for this Saturday. And at the same time,
that's from Austria, right?
Yeah, from Austria.
Okay.
At the same time, I want to appreciate our DPN, and also want to appreciate Biafrans, those who are coming up for their ID card. It is your right as a Biafran. It is your right to apply for your ID card, and I'm happy for those who are coming up for that. At the same time, I'm using this opportunity to call all Biafrans in Austria. The time is here and now. This is the only time the United States of Biafran government needed your support. IPOB is just an organization IPOB can never give you freedom. Every other group you see, they are all organizations. The world wants government to government. Now, I keep on appreciating Dr. Ngozi for the great work that he did. And now, we are now a nation, the United States of Biafra, which was redeclared in Finland. So I want everyone to understand that this time around is not about IPOB one family. This time around is the time for we all to come together, join hands, and let all of us push out Nigerian terrorist government from our land, and we will go back to build our nation. Thank you, everyone. There we go.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you, Austrian Mission. Okay. I don't know if Honorable Kenneth Nathaniel is here. If not, we'll go to Honorable Mazvi Uchenna. Oh, Honorable Mazvi Uchenna, the mic is yours, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Good evening, our DPM, good evening, Samdia, and good evening to all cabinet members. Welcome to come down. Yeah, for me from here, 100,000.
Wow. Mazuchena, where is that from?
Malta.
Malta, 100,000.
Malta, yes.
Wow, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Okay. I see that Honorable Nathaniel
is back. Get him before he kicks him out.
Yes. Go ahead. Good evening.
Yeah, good evening, I greet all the Biafra cabinet and our Excellency, Dr. Ngozi. May God Almighty continue to bless you and give you more wisdom for what you are doing. We are looking and we are seeing what is going on. May God Almighty continue to guide you. And also greet our Honorable Fundraising. All the Biafra cabinet. May God Almighty bless you. Please, I have a meeting that I'm holding right now, but I want to run this one fast. Okay. I have one update here from Surulere.
Okay.
5,000 AJ. From Surulere. And I also have a moving train, 102,000 AJ.
Wow.
Biafra moving train.
Okay.
And the donor is Wada Udoshuku Ovutile, 1,000 AJ. Sunday, 1 for 2,000 AJ. Shinedu Obona, 2,000 AJ. Moses Okonkwo, 1,500 AJ. Rachel Nkere, 2,500 AJ. Shibeze Nkere, 2,500 AJ. Good luck Nkere, 1,000 AJ. Delight Nkere, 1,000 AJ. Timothy Nkere, 1,000 AJ. Great Nkere, 1,000 AJ. Salvation Abazue, 1,000 AJ. Okay, Christian, 2,000 AJ. Okay, Favor, 1,000 AJ. Kinsley Chimeze, 1,000 AJ. Nnodim Wakama, 3,000 AJ. Marcel Okafu, 1,500 AJ. Sunday Igbo, 1,000 AJ. Shika Oye Meme, 2,000 AJ. Levi Iwo for 2,000 AJ. Ushendo Osita, 2,000 AJ. Matthew O Opara, 1,500 AJ. Obiora Nneka, 2,000 AJ. Emeka Moye, 1,000 AJ. Michael Eze, 1,000 AJ. Edwin Otile, 2,000 AJ. Nathaniel Ofoka, 1,000 AJ. Sunday Igwe, 1,000 AJ. Shas Okole, 1,000 AJ. Joseph Mwachuku, 1,000 AJ. Jude Sunday Ovute, 2,000 AJ. Shinemerem Jude Ovute, 1,000 AJ. Gideon Oyekachuku, 1,000 AJ. And then we know Theophilus, 1,000 AJ. Emmanuel
Ofodire, 2,000 AJ. Clement Anobu, 3,000 AJ. Linus C. Okolo, 6,000 AJ. Victor Chigoze Igbo, 20,000 AJ. Emmanuel O. Igbo, 1,000 AJ. Victor C. Igbo, 1,000 AJ. Patrick Iyechuku, 1,000 AJ. Emmanuel Anioha, 2,000 AJ. Oyeshuku Anioha, 2,000 AJ. Uchenna Nwankwo, 2,000 AJ. Kisili Emere, 1,000 AJ. Chinedu Iloduba, 1,000 AJ. Titus Umezi Nwanne, 1,000 AJ. Gideon Oyekachuku, 1,000 AJ. Uche Kinsele Usuji, 1,000 AJ. Uzodimma Oyembechi, 5,000 AJ. Obiora Neka, 1,500 AJ. Linus C. Okolo, 2,000 AJ. 102,000 AJ. Total 107,000 AJ.
Yes.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable.
Thank
you, Lagos Liaison. Thank you so much. Okay. And the next person is Honorable Victor Ebuna. Honorable, the mic is yours, sir.
Okay, can you hear me, everybody?
Yes, loud and clear, sir.
Okay, good evening, everybody from Massachusetts. Salute you all from there. I salute you. I salute you, Honorable Mantis. And of course, the only Aganabachiluso that has given birth to Biafra. I salute you very well. Thank you very much for what you have been doing for us. I don't know if I can thank you enough, but I would like to to come in and bless you with the rest.
Thank you.
Without wasting time, I have the total that I have today is 175 ejema. For me, my humble self, Victor Ebuna, 50 ejema. Then we have Stephen Igedu, 50 ejema. Then the next is Maazi Chukwuemeka Onwuchekwa, 50 ejema. Then the other ones, Maazi Emmanuel Chidozie, of course, 25 ejema. This is what I have right now. If there's any update, I will come back. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you. Thank you, Massachusetts Mission. All right. So the next person is Honorable Dr. Cornelius Nana. Honorable, the mic is yours, sir. Honorable Dr. Cornelius, yeah.
Good evening, Honorable Mouthpiece. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening, sir.
Salute you for your sacrifices, your consistency, and everything. I salute I salute our Honorable DPM, Dr. Ngozi for our consistency and resoluteness. And I also thank all the cabinet members and fellow citizens of Biafra for not giving up on us, because without the Biafran people, there is no government, because this is the government of the people, by the people, and for the people. So without wasting much time, I just want to read out the total of our contribution this week, the Biafra Fathers Conquest. Okay. We have a total contribution of 45,900 AJ and 90 AJ.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm going to be quick on mentioning the names of those who donated. I have Maazi Ogwejofo. He donated 3,000 AJ.
Mazi Uzo O, 2,500 eje. Mazi Adindu O, 4,000 eje. Mazi Apostle, 50 ejema. Mazi Cletus CE, 1,200 eje. Mazi Ane Ibuachara, 5,000 eje. Mazi Tobechuku A, 10 ejema. Mazi Emmanuel CU, 1,200 eje. Mazi Obumneke U, 5,000 eje. Mazi Ewe A, 2,000 eje. Mazi Kochuks 042, 3,000 eje. Anonymous, 10 ejema. Mazi Jidofo M, 10 ejema. Anonymous, 10,000 eje. Mazi Greg O, 5,000 eje. Mazi Chidera SA, 4,000 eje. Mazi Innocent AC, 10 eje. A total of 45,900 eje and 90 eje.
Wow.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
for your consistency. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Biafra fathers. Thank you so much. All right. We'll now go to, thank you, Honorable. We'll now go to Honorable Ogwejo. For the mic is yours, sir.
Thank you very much, mouthpiece of the gods. Thank you.
You're welcome, and there was, sir.
Thank you, one. Thank you, everybody. Good afternoon from here in Washington State. Thank you, from Diane.
Welcome.
A consistent supporter.
Thank you.
That makes the wings of the eagle continue to fly higher and higher.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Christopher, for all you are doing, both for Biafra in every way. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, Agadabachuzo Wanyama Nemuru Biafra, for all what you have been doing. It is being experienced, it's being noted every time. The Almighty will continue to bless and guide you to continue to fly higher. Thank you, members of the cabinet, for the wonderful support you are giving our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Arabweze. Thank everybody for always coming here every week to support what we are doing. The Lord will bless all of you. From here in Washington State, our donation today goes to Odumegu State, a total of 35,000 eje.
Wow.
30,000 from me, Felix Eze, Ogwejo, and 5,000 from my brother, M.U. Eze. A total of 35,000 eje for state of Odumegu. Thank you so much, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much, Washington Mission. Okay. I think that's
it for the moment.
That's it. Yes.
Okay. I have some. You have somebody there. Just get turn and then.
Okay. It's Honorable Chief Okpara. His hand is up again. Honorable, the mic is yours.
Yes, thank you once again. I'm also supporting Montevideo State with 20,000 AJ. Also want to use this opportunity again to tell all the Montevideo State in diaspora should contact me because I'm the commissioner for the Montevideo State in diaspora, and the state needs. There are a lot of vacancies in the state, and everybody wants Biafra today, tomorrow. And the only way is for we to come together, support the government, support the DPN, and then they support the homeland. Those things you want, those things you are wishing for in diaspora, it is time for you to come back home and support your state and the government so that we will make Biafra a great country. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. And just
thank you so much.
Just to add to that, okay, go ahead. I'll talk later. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. It's okay. I think it's.
No, there's a hand there. Pick them up so that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
All hail Biafra.
Biafra hail.
I salute to mouthpiece.
Welcome.
From Diane.
You're welcome.
My auntie.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Keep on the good work in them.
There.
You know?
There.
Net Biafra. Ikaga go get them. Ikaga go get. I am horror. That's why no woman to do the queer. But Mboruru. Ask him Mboruru. Yeah. Giddy, Gamozo lawyer. So, 25 a gem for PDF.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think that Texas USB.
Yes.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Greetings to all of you, and special greetings to the DPM and all the cabinet members. I have 150 here. 100 from me and 50 from Elizabeth Ipob. Yeah, there's this other guy that promised to bring 100, but I haven't seen him, so I cannot.
Announce it.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much. Honorable Fundraising.
Yeah, Honorable.
Fundy, and what I'm making about I shouldn't go and could Gramongo.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Ekelele Magomani. Major Guataman and the heroes not again. Our DPM or Chirozo, the mother of United States of Biafra. Located like a Washington Death organ of mine. All the countries one you will need. You are the first in the Africa. So I can lelege no so porriche. I can lele momoke nile. Man the executive. Man the yes member the podium. Our namne line am atote na homework on a touch movie na tom repo. Honestly, Maka. You know name. Odeka Ngozi Chineke ga-eji maka ihe a nkwado ya ụnụ kwadoro ụmụ nwanyị n'ihe a na-eme. Ụdị Ngozi Chineke ga-enye ụlọ n'ezinụlọ ụlọ ụnụ. Ọ the type of Ngozi na-enye tears of joy. Onye nọ ya na-ebe akwa. So Biafra ga-ebuli ụnụ elu. Ọfọm na-agụkwara n'ụlọ niile ga-adị ndụ. Ụlọ ga-adị ka echi maka na echi adịghị agwụ agwụ. Ajọ nwaanyị agaghị akpụ n'ihu, ajọ ụmụ agaghị akpụ n'ihu. Dịka m na-agụ n'isi ụlọ ka m na-agụ n'isi ndị nne n'isi United States of Biafra, ndị niile kwere na nnwere onwe. Ana m ekele unu. Unu wụ the reason why mama echi m na-ekwu ndị ga-akpọ mama anọdụ ekwu ga hapụla USB. I never allow see the way I did. Aga m ahapụ ikwu okwu ihe banyere Biafra until you read my last breath. Taloso no me frega niente nessuno, per me non mi frega niente nessuno. I know I'm gross. I know fury, I know fury, what up for it, I know some lot of song. So, Dr. Rabenze, I'm able for you. You're Rabenze, no boya, Imanozo Guria Solomonalo, Novoya Niria, Imanozo Guria so. Oroma Dr. Rabenze, Makandina Kwan by this time next year. I got my Washington DC, Gam office here. Got boy yourself, young one, the way he needed. I am Troy, I am here, the office here. Maka, I'm on me, I'm going to go now, chat. Nogide, nogide, no fitelge, nogide, no cheze. Oji motemaga, nogide, no fitelge, nogide, no cheze. Ne nogide, no fitelge, nogide, no cheze. Dr. Rabenze, nogide, no fitelge, nogide, no cheze. Nagide, no fitelge, nagide, no cheze. Afamoro Biafra, nagide, no fitelge, nagide, no cheze. Nagide, no cheze. Afamoro Biafra, United States of Biafra, Ilanya. Mandi nwoke ha ma ndị nwaanyị ha anyị niile kwụrụ gị n'azụ gidigbam maka ndị Igbo so na nwa nna ya tụnyere oshi na-eji ụkwụ amawato na-aga ụmụnne gị so gị n'azụ ndị nne so gị n'azụ ndị nna so gị n'azụ egwu atụla gị that seat ehichara na gị onwe onye gị lie ga-azọ ya. So onye ndị nna this election all United States of Biafra na-aga ihe ahụ. You are not alone. So, onwe n'ọfịs ahụ address ole and ọrụ ụgwọ anyị ji gị onye na-ekpe ekpere onye ọbụla ihe ọbụla ịma ụzọ ọbụla gị ma ozi gị chikwado oche ya edewere n'anyị kwado ya n'oge na-adịghị anya anyị ga-ebe ahụ. Obi na-atọ m rịkpọ maka amaara m na this United States of Biafra na-egbu ọ gaghị ete aka. Enwere ike by this time, before this time next year, ọ bụrụkwa na ọ na-akwadobedo kwadokwe na ọmama akwadokwele ejikwe nwayọọ na-atụtụkọ ihe ma adị ama ihe ndị m ga-echefu. Biti Dr. Rabenze, ụzọ ọbụla nwoke gara ekwuru m ya mgbe mbụ na ebe ọbụla nwoke gara ya na nwaanyị kwụ aka n'ụzọ ahụ ga-emepe unless nwaanyị na-adịghị serious. Nwaanyị dị serious, nwaanyị can do undoable to get what she wants. And ozugbo ibere akwa na Finland, that day could be from that na ya ala role. So ụmụnne m ana m ekele unu n'ụzọ pụrụ iche na-asị asị bekee so little drops of water makes an ocean. Unu ewekwala iwe na mama a na-ata ega mana ana m ayọ ndị nne na ayọ ndị na-eme ndị ọ dị ka ọ dị m ka anyị kwado na ụmụ anyị na-ekwu ya ekwu na-ayọ ha maka ọ bụrụ na agba nkịtị ya wụrụ sọsọ ụmụaka 60, 40, 30 ndị na-eme ihe a ya dịka ọwa ihe ụmụaka So can you okay? You can't have a don't know my probably no. Ndi Igbo. Karisha ndị Igbo anyị mana anyị nwere other tribes mana ọ bụ Igbo bụ this nwere onwe n'isi ọkwa na ka anyị nwa ka aka Igbo. Lee ihe na-eme na South Africa. Lee ihe na-eme na ebe dị iche iche. Even the Ghana idea Biafra ichekwara. Ghana achọwakwuo n'anyị. So ọ bụrụ na ewu nwa Igbo ebe ọbụla nọ a na-ekwu okwu ihe ya balaga na ntị ike ya echi ike pụọ. Ịmabeghị ihe ị na-eme onwe gị. Bilie soro ibe gị. Lee ndị niile ị hụrụ ya ha niile awụ ndị ọtụtụ ụka gị physically, academically, spiritually, financially, and otherwise. Ha na-agwa unu okwu Biafra ọ na-anọrọ. Ga na-echi na windo enyu. So anyị ji ohere na-agwa unu ebe ọbụla unu nwee ike pụta nye aka. No place like home. N'ọsọkwara gị nwee ebe ahụ ịnọ. N'ọsọkwara gị mee na nwa enyi gị nwaanyị. Ọ gaghị akpọ gị mma. So no matter ihe ị nwere n'obodo oyibo, let us join hands together and go back home. Ihe m na-ekwu ihe ana m ekwere na nsọ onye ahụ ka na-agba isi ọgụ. Ma nwa ahụrụ n'anya ka a na-apara mba. Na-ekwu ya ka ọ ga-abụ ekechi anya ndị a na-echọghị ịnọ ha no matter na ihe anyị na-eme bụ eziokwu. Ọ nọrọ anya banyere awanye na Maazị Nnamdi Kanu. Ọ jụrụ ihe niile jụọ akụ na ụba nke ụwa jụọ onwe ya n'ihi nnwere onwe. N'ihi nnwere onwe. Dr. Arabeze ya na anyị ga-enweta ego onwe anyị. So biko na ụmụnne m ana m ayọ ọnụ ka unu jikọta aka ka anyị laa udo dịrị unu niile onye nọ n'olu mma anwụchila o.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Thank you so much, Madam Stella, for that wonderful word of wisdom. Yeah, let's just keep it briefly so that we can round up. Sometimes we try to make sure we make our speeches and our fundraising. I'm going to keep them to 2-3 hours. Okay, yeah. Sometimes we Paul Oklahoma, he talking. There's noise.
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
Okay. I greet everybody in the house. And I greet all our leaders, both men and women. I pray that God will strengthen every one of you. So today I just want to pay my due. Okay. So I'm giving 100 a gemma. Okay. Yeah. Thank God.
Thank
God.
Thank you.
Thank God.
Thank you, Honorable. Thank
you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I think the next person is Honorable Chukuma, or is it Chukuka? I can't see all.
Chukuma Joko.
Okay, Honorable Chuku.
Yeah.
Honorable.
You must learn to pronounce it.
There was that.
Biafra. Mbono jigese we must boycott of Bakatepos. Mama Hoibo. Chukuma Madman Joko.
Yes. I couldn't see it from my phone. You know, it just stops at Chuku. It doesn't even I don't get to see it all until you start talking. Yes.
Okay. All right. No problem.
Thank you, sir.
So I'm not going to thank you. God bless you. Honorable TTM, I greet you. Always salute you. The whole world, everybody, the salute you are getting from people, even those who don't believe in you, but inside them. I say, oh, what the Biafrans are doing, the USB is doing. In fact, they will be free, even though they are ashamed to pronounce USB. But what the USB is doing is benefiting them. They want to leave the zoo. They want the zoo to leave them. So keep on your good work. As for your higher aspiration to be part of government of the world. Yeah, because Washington is the headquarters of the world. So you are there already. So in my little experience as a politician, I know you are there. This thing is timely. God will perfect every arrangement. Do you understand? So even those that are going to compete with you, they may even withdraw, they will fail. And God has positioned you, you will get it. God's willing. So I thank you all for from here, do not forget, and all the honorables in the house. So God bless all of us. So from Ghana, I was answering present that we are here. All right. So Miss Ene is giving 10,000 a day for the donation. And my very self is answering my present with my usual 25,000 a day. God bless us all.
You said 25,000 a day, right? From you?
Yes. Yes.
Hers is 10,000.
Yes. Yeah.
Is this general? General, right?
Yeah, general.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you, Ghana Mission. Over to you, Honorable Fandia. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah, it's there.
All right. Go on, Ada Simon.
Does she have a video?
Ada Simon, Eba? Are you there?
She's trying to connect to her video. Yeah, we are waiting on Ada Simon Ekpa, and I don't know whether she's able to connect to her video. Ada Simon Ekpa, are you able to connect to your video? Okay, meanwhile, let me just read a couple of donations here. I have Mazi Ejike from Mazi Ejike, admin Brazil, 30,000 AJ, and Onyenisi Gladys Chinenye, 3,000 AJ, Anonymous, 7,000 AJ. Yeah, and that's it. Okay. Ada Simon, are you able to connect? Is she
Maybe usually she uses two gadgets to coordinate. I don't know. Maybe the one she wants to use is not connecting.
Okay. While we wait on her, I'd just like to chip in a word. And I know one of us here, during their contribution mentioned, a way of educating our brethren. What we do here every week during our fundraising, when the Deputy Prime Minister, Her Excellency, gives her briefs, that's education. That's a huge education there, educating us on what we are doing, educating us and updating us on the present status of things, educating us of the activities happening at home and then internationally, educating us on what to look forward to, educating us on the things that we have done. And then that's a huge education there. Beyond that, she does press release, sometimes more than once a day. That's education right there. And then this press release, they are shared on many, platforms, and then they're shared on YouTube, and then not only being shared, the independent media, and they're all, highlighting and then expanding this information, this pertinent information that each and every one of us need. It's like a song, it's continuous from morning till night. And then also other people, other government, United States of Biafra government on the Twitter. I mean, there's constant information. And sometimes when people just request for this, it's very, very good. And then sometimes I even wonder whether people are actually paying attention, because if you pay attention, if you turn right, you get information, huge information, pertinent information, especially the information that you get from the United States of Biafra. Those are nothing but the truth. Because if you look at the things we're doing, all the records are there for you to see what it is that we're doing. So, and then individuals also. I think people have to, pay attention. Sometimes people are more interested in listening to gossip, in listening to things, that really don't mean anything, in listening to people that are just running propaganda, lying, and really don't have anything to offer. Only, either cursing or something like that. There are many places for you to get quantum of information, and the information are nothing but the truth by the Biafran government, the cabinet members, and then Her Excellency, which she does many times during the day. By the time you turn around, whatever is happening, she's posting it there. So people should please, pay attention, because as no baby madodi, those that really want this freedom or this restoration, they know the information. And then if you don't have statement, you come out, ask questions. It will be clarified for you. Thank you very much. And then with information is power. And then with this information, a lot of us, we are doing so much talking and not much action. The action needed, everyone knows what is needed for us to do what is needed. The needful. You can talk from here till tomorrow, ask questions, just talk. No, we have passed that stage of talking. It's a time of action, and we all know what is needed. We're going to have to do as much as we can to move it. This is the final push, and we have to do it. It's me and you. In the United States of America, when they did the War of Independence, before other countries came to help them, they've done everything. They exhausted everything before that final push. So what you and me are supposed to do something before others come to help us. When they come, they will know that we are really ready. Yeah, that these people really know what it is that they're not only talking about, they know the meaning of this freedom. Please, everyone, do what you can. And then for information is all over the place for you. It's available for you if you really want the truthful information. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call on Ada Simon Ikba if you're ready. If not, I'm going to call on Loris Eke. Over to you. Please unmute yourself. Thank you very much.
Can you hear me?
Very well. Okay. It's finally.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Famdi.
You're welcome.
Greetings, everyone. Fellow USB citizens, I greet you all from my end. I say, may Chukwu Kadoma bless every one of you that are here today in this our fundraising. Thank you so much for making out time to be here today. A special greeting is going to our DPM, Her Excellency, Dr. Ngozi Orabweze. We greet you and we thank you so much for all you are doing for Biafrans. We are seeing your handworks. All those don't worry. Their end is going to be disastrous. Just leave them. Just focus on what you are doing. We are here to face all of them. Just focus on them. We are seeing your handwork. Want to encourage you not to be weary. They did it to our leader Mazen Dekano. They did it to our PM Utogu Nowia. And now they have turned back to you because they don't want our freedom to come, so that they will continue all this nuisance that are constituting in social media. That is why they don't want, they are fighting you now again. But don't worry. This is going to be their last bus stop. Thank you so much, Dr. Ngozi Arabreze. You are doing us great. Thank you so much. And may God continue to bless you and give you the wisdom more than the one he gave to Solomon for you to take us to our motherland. Thank you so much, Dr. Ngozi Arabreze. I want to use this opportunity also to thank our FAMD for what she's doing for us, always there, protecting our money from all these evil people, making sure that our money is being used for what Biafrans donated it for. Thank you so much, FAMD. We really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much. I also want to greet all the cabinet members, those of you that are helping our DPM, performing this good job for the Biafran people. Thank you all so much. I would also like to greet our brother, Honorable Christopher Okenwa. I always greet you, and you know why? Because you always answer me when I come with my questions and my problems. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. So, Biafrans and Adasamonepa TV, my viewers, I want to use this forum to appreciate each and every one of you for always being there, supporting us, supporting the government, supporting our own government, protecting our mandate. Thank you all so much for being there. May Chukwu Kabema bless you all. And also to all the donors, those of you that have donated today, and those that wanted to donate, but they don't have anything to give, we pray that Chukwu will give you next week to be able to donate. Thank you all so much, all the viewers from Adasamonepa TV, for your wonderful donations of today. And I encourage you, you that have not been donating, please make it a point of duty to make sure you start donating. No amount is too small. No amount is too big. Our government needs our support to continue doing this wonderful job they are doing for us. Okay, the way we support them, that is also the way they are going to work for us. So please, I encourage each and every one of you to continue in your donations. Do not give up, because it is not over until it is over. Thank you all so much for being here today. So, Famdi, I have some receipt today to call out for you.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, so the first person here is James Obinanjoko.
Okay.
James Obinanjoko, and he donated the sum of 5,000 each. Yeah. He said for this week donation, 2,000 is for our DPM, Dr. Ngozi Arabreze. Then 3,000 is for the state of Habeni.
Okay. All right.
Wow, thank you.
So I have from Anonymous.
Mm-hmm.
Anonymous donated the sum of 20,000 AJ.
Okay.
This is for the state of Odimegu.
Okay.
And then another Anonymous, 19,000 AJ.
Okay.
For this for General.
Okay.
And then I have the sum of 20,000 AJ. This is from Ocean Master.
Okay.
He said that this money is for the song that River Goddess sang in one of the platforms, the independent media platforms. And he promised that he's going to do something for it about it. So he donated 20,000 AJ for this particular song for the state of Ikemba.
Okay. Ikemba.
Yes, Ikemba.
All right.
So now, this is from me, Adasa Monepa. This is the sum of 29,000 AJ. This time around for the state of Olu, my state. Thank you so much.
You say it's 29, right?
Yes, 29,000 AJ for the state of Olu, my state.
For Olu.
Yes, the state of Olu.
Okay, let's go through it again. For James Obinna Njoko, 5,000, 2,000 for DPM, and then 3,000 for Ahabweni State.
Yes.
Anonymous, 20,000 for Odumegu, right? And then another anonymous, 19,000 general. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
Then Ocean Master, 20,000 AJ. This is for the song that River Goddess sang on one of the platforms, and this is for Ikemba. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Yes. So that is 20,000. And then now for you, 29,000. This is going to Olu State. Is that correct?
Exactly correct.
Altogether, you have 94,000. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I really appreciate all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you to you and your followers for all the things you're doing. And then also we want to thank each and every one of these, independent media. You all are doing an awesome work. And then that awesome job is just built on nothing but the truth. It's called Truth Bomb. And then he who has ear, they will hear. And then thank you all for being there morning, afternoon, and night, and then spreading the gospel of freedom, the gospel of restoration, the gospel to save ourselves. Thank you very much, independent media. Over to you.
Thank you, Famdi. Thank you.
Okay. There will. All right, I'm going to call on Mazi Lawrence Eke. Over to you, please. Unmute yourself if you can. Are you able to do so? Mazi Lawrence Eke.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Very, very well. I can hear you very well.
Thank you very much, Famdi. It's nice to hear your voice as usual. Hopefully I see you at the airport in DC also.
Okay. That's true. We're gonna see. yeah, that time of the year. So
exactly.
We're looking forward to the next few weeks.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Let me start with my little donation, $100 because to State of Ezani.
Okay.
My DPM, thank you very much. I just want to let you know that the advice you gave us, or recommendation you gave a while ago, that we should all be involved in what is going on in our states. Back home, I've been actively involved, both financially and otherwise. I'm one of the commissioners in my state now. And all I'm saying is that my only advice to some people who are still on the side are people that call me and ask some questions. I've already, directed some of my friends to go to website to apply for the ID. Those ones that do not have the ID yet, and to get involved in what we are doing. My thing is that at this point in time, if you stay asking about ID, evidently you haven't been involved because we've gone a long way. So you don't want the children to leave. You don't want it to be left behind. That's all I have to say about that one. The only thing I need again, my DPM, is the clarity on the DC event. Is there any other thing other than just making reservations for your hotel? Or do we have any cover charge? Or just how do you make sure that you are one of the attendees when you get to DC?
Yeah, I think it's just buying the ticket event, because they have the list of all the people that already secured their ticket for the event. And then also securing your hotel reservation. I think you were there last year, right?
Yes, I was there last year.
You were everywhere. I know you played a huge role last year.
Yes.
So yeah, again, I think it's just close to what we had last year. Again, everything was observed. I think they just for the Washington DC location is from 10 a.m. to I think 1:30 p.m. Like, and then the same activities that we had like last year when at the embassy there were a lot of speeches from specified guests that we are part of, especially our veterans that were there. And then the showcasing of United States of Bafra elite squad in the 40 states will also be done at the headquarters. And then I think they are still putting the agenda together, but the homeland marching and the homeland event will also be shown at the DC headquarters. And then later on from 2 to 10 p.m. will be at the hotel, which is just similar to, but I think now this time we have just more special guests and more speakers at the DC event. And again, there will be dance and all that later on. So I think it's basically the same thing with the hotel, the breakfast and the event, the whole banquet for the event. Yeah, I think that was the same thing. So it's just blocking your event at the Eventbrite to obtain the ticket to enter any of the events, and then yeah.
Okay, that's really what I'm waiting for. So you get the ticket from the Eventbrite?
Yes.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay. Can you check your wall or your platform to see, because I forwarded it to everybody. If you don't have it, I will forward it again to you.
Please, I would like you to forward it to me because I haven't purchased my ticket, and
all right.
You cannot do it. It's just, and remember that event venue, they have limited event, number of people for the Churchill Hotel. So
yes,
you need to do that as quickly as possible. Yeah.
Yes, I will.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Okay. All right. I have some updates here. It's gonna just give me a little time. I have from Ahoda State. They have a total of 15,300 AJ, and then they have a list here for donors. I have Ndubisi 500 AJ, Douglas Sunday 500 AJ, Kevin Chooks Onyekmeze 500 AJ, Chinemerem Success 500 AJ, Angel Ejimado 500 AJ, Kingsley Omenka 500 AJ, Orikenkwo Chima 500 AJ, Evans Nadim 500 AJ, Chief Chibuza 500 AJ, Ifani Augustine 400 AJ, Joseph Solomon 500 AJ, Demen Ihejere 500 AJ, Anigwe Anthony 500 AJ, Golden Osine 1000 AJ, Alex Chooks O 200 AJ, Bright Mark Wally 500 AJ, Cletus Duru 2000 AJ, Victor Mado 500 AJ, Okeha Paul 1000 AJ, Azuka Sebastian 500 AJ, Peter Mado 500 AJ, Evans Ibabuchi 500 AJ, Goodluck Ele Moshia 500 AJ, German George 500 AJ, Chioma Onyaga 200 AJ, Mwachia Chibuike 500 AJ, Ngozi Eke 500 AJ. Altogether, that is 15,300 AJ. Thank you, Ahoda State. Thank you. This is for the month of May. Thank you very much. Okay. All right. And
Andy, because Gala DPM, I mentioned when we see them Bamchorija, Tommy Kuya.
Okay, Adema, thank you very much. We do that.
My hand is up again. I have an update.
Okay. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Okay. I have 10,000 AJ from Ocean Master again.
Oh.
for another song sung by our sister River Goddess in one of the platforms again. Yes.
Another song, right?
Yes. 10,000 AJ.
Okay. So that makes you 104,000 AJ. That brings your total to 104,000 AJ.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Yeah. DPN, I think this is it. We haven't done that, especially
Victor hand is up. You already talked?
Oh, Victor. Okay, Victor, unmute yourself, please. Okay, Victor A, can you unmute yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
God bless you. This is my first time of talking in this platform. I am only very good in contributing my money because I know that everything is going on very well. I thank God that God is in control of our life and God has been doing things the way He wants to do it. So I thank all the executives, I thank the DPM, I thank Sandian, everybody that is doing this. I did not keep quiet because I don't want to be talking, but I'm listening. You know that because everything is going well. But what I wanted to ask is that about my ID card, I think I have done everything. And I am waiting to get it. If not, so I could have been planning to come to Washington DC because I need to identify myself when I come there, you know. So that is the only thing. So I think the department that is in charge of that, because every time I'm checking my mail, thinking that I will find it in my mail, but I have not found it in about that. I thank God for everything. Everything is gonna be good. Thank you.
Good. When did you apply?
It's getting up to 6 months now, and I have done the capturing, I have done the interview.
Okay, so the third batch has not been printed. So when when they are ready, they will let you know. So there's no point to checking on your mail every day. We print all the ID cards batch by batch. So the first batch has been printed, the second batch has been printed. We're working on the third batch, and we need to get the appropriate number of batches before we move it into the printing stage. Yes. So we're working on that. There are so many applications, and in the past, we've been able to move like 400 batches being printed at one time. So we don't want that to happen. We want to be able to, at least for this third batch, we're almost looking at over 2,500 IDs being printed. So once we conclude with those numbers, then we're going to push it over to the printing section or authorize that as a verification is being done, the company that is printing that is also doing that. But before we give the final approval for the printing, we want to make sure we have the right number of ID cards. So again, you just did 6 months. There are people that did this like 8, 9 months ago. So you have to.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it.
We just want to make sure we get it together, not just like 500, 400. The first one was about either 300 or 400. The second one was about 400, 500. But again, it costs us more. That's why we want to push everything together at this time before we authorize the final printing for the third batch. So for this third batch, we are looking at about 2,500. But again, we just want to conclude that before. Yeah, so just exercise a little more patience. And if we get to the stage that the ID has been printed and is ready for distribution, I'm sure you're going to hear it from the government.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I appreciate it. Yeah.
You're welcome. Thank you. And hopefully that will not stop you from coming to Washington, D.C., right?
I will try. I will try. But if I did not come, everybody should forgive me. I will try my best.
Trust me, totally understandable. No problem. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, Frandy, thank you so much. Emeka, talk. We have one more hand. So,
Yeah, one more hand.
to conclude, please.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, Emeka, talk, unmute yourself, please, and talk. Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah, good morning from here.
Yeah.
My DPN, Emeka talking. I want to greet United States of Biafra and all Biafra around the whole world and Biafra mission in Japan. My DPN, all more Emeka Turkey, Kenobuna Turkey, Mechapa Hotel, Japan.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So, actually, Joe here, we can Kenegi, when they connect with the whole Biafras. When I go for that now, when you're going to Jisike, na Biafra na Ikuroku na age dege naka. When you're going to Jidesi PK na Biafra na Ikuroku age naka, but we don't know. I have tested it and I have to testify it so everybody will know that now the Biafra we are talking about, we hold it, but we don't know that the Biafra is already with us. But some people outside, they can see Arusin and think cause and the cause of things. I want to tell you all people, DOS or anybody, if you are ashamed to come and show yourself that you are a real Biafra, I'm sorry for you. This is the hour we are supposed to come back and come and embrace United States of Biafra. If you don't know that we have that Biafra we are looking of, I'm so sorry for you that and I'm making a United States of Biafra. I thank you, my DPN, for you to redeclare Biafra in Latin land on November 24, 2024, 29th and November 2024. Thank you so much for you to redeclare that Biafra. If not, I don't think that I can ever do the Nekuku Biafra. Abunibo only IPOB today. The fourth son, today is I know 20. Okay, today's date, right?
Third, where you are, and then second.
I know today now. Today is third in Japan. So I want to tell all Biafrans, after this program, the whole United States of Biafra media should cut this program today and tell the whole world and tell the whole Biafrans and tell the Nigeria government that they have fight this our freedom, but they don't know that they have catapulted us to our glory. That the United States of Biafra have come and they have come to stay. The whole world have known about Biafra. It's only Nigeria government that is confusing some people. They don't know that we have that Biafra we are looking for. Myself, Biafra says, I'm not talking, but I'm serious of what we are doing, but I have never tested. I don't know the reason why God did it. If I may enter the country successful, I may not understand that the Biafra we are talking about in Nigeria. But, sometimes we may cry afraid, but he knows the best. When something that happened, when I went to an interview for my interview for me to seek for my destiny here, And they asked me, I told them that I am IPOB. Every Biafra, how many members in that our IPOB? I see me that now. We are not a member. We are indigenous people of Biafra. That is the meaning of IPOB. Even though you believe or what, as far as you are a Biafra, you are an IPOB. Person cover the meaning of IPOB. See, the meaning of IPOB is the indigenous people of Biafra, which the leader is praising today in Nigeria. I said, okay. See, I bet we have declared the country as a United States of Biafra in Latin Finland, November 29, 2004. 24. I said, okay. I don't know that the lady not close to me, the iPhone Yanaka. I said, okay, what was the name? The name, I should list the name of our leaders there. If I know what I'm saying. I say, okay. I said, yes, our supreme leader, Pumaze Nandi Ukaro. Odetoya. I said, Google. I said, no. I said, our Prime Minister, Simon Epa Njoko. I said, Simon Epa Njoko. I said, our Prime Minister. I said, Prime Minister, I said, on Finland. I said, Finland. Why would you ever on Finland? I get you where our Prime Minister say yes, because of that place, our Prime Minister, no. And you know, the country we are fighting for. That's now anybody till you see in Nigeria, and you cannot stay the country you are fighting for to have your freedom because of they will fight you in any way. So that is the reason why our Prime Minister always second citizen in Finland, and he choose to be in that Finland. We all the whole Biafra choose to stay there and declare our new country. I said, okay, there. I said, we have the Deputy Prime Minister, Dr. Ngozi Orabeze. Ekupum da one after. Amam na disu onya ndi ya neko kwa na haji phone ne check yeni na oko. E check ozbo o the phone turn wire by itself. Choka ka mo agota ihe megen. O the phone che the second officer go see onema ya osim the leaders have go say yes na agugo. There ya. So after that interview, the next interview, Nabia, because they have after they will come and show you that you do or you did not, they'll accept it. I was thinking that they would say something about that place, but they did not say anything in that place. After everything was successful, and we have released by the people that they said that we should come with. That means that is our admission here in Japan. So, and Magua, everybody in the whole world, all Biafra in the whole world, and Nkere the homeland, Biafra land, and this voice today to believe, to know that we have this Biafra we are looking for. Anybody that needs Sivuki, if you are IPOB, you don't know the DOS, deceiver. Everybody should leave those deceiving people and come and embrace United States of Biafra. This is real. The whole world have known that we have our country, but we ourselves, because our babies.
Okay, summarize. Thank you.
Everybody should know that we have our country now, United States of Biafra. So, after my job, when I say Nkere, the whole Biafra, the whole world, United States of Biafra, my DPN, thank you so much, and I appreciate you, and I appreciate the United States of Biafra and Foreign Affairs in the United States of Biafra. Thank you so much. Everybody should know that we have that Biafra we are looking for. United States of Biafra is real. Thank you so much, my DPM. May God bless you all.
Thank you.
Amen.
Thank you. Okay, Honorable Henry, over to you, please. And then after that, I think we're going to close we're going to pull the curtain down. Over to you, Honorable Henry.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Fandi. Greetings from here, my DPM, fellow cabinet members, secretaries, Biafrans at large today. I just want to chip in just small little thing to what Emeka have just said. I want people to really understand, get the clear picture. Emeka was in Turkey serving the United States of Biafra, then decided to relocate to Japan. In January, he arrived in Japan and he was apprehended at immigration. He was refused entry. He was taken into custody for almost 3 months. And there is also a second person, Victor. There are 2 of them. Victor was coming from Indonesia. And Victor is there with him. So both of them were taken into custody, refused entry. They were booked for deportation, sending back to Nigeria because he reached out. Then we started working in the Department of Foreign Affairs. Our Director General was on top of the matter, getting the approvals from our DPM, everything they want. The Biafra license Japan as a legal registered entity here in Japan presented all the required documents for their release. And after a long battle, like he have just explained, forth and back, it was accepted and they were released last Monday, the 27th, to the United States of Biafra liaison under United States of Biafra government as their guarantor also here in Japan. And if anybody is not understanding it, it is time they come to know. When he said he has tested and he has now seen, he knows what he was talking about. In fact, when they came out of that place, they were like, let us go. Before I said they will not call you back. You already your ear. So it's a testimony of its own. It's an encouragement to everybody. And it goes a long way. It speaks volume. Everybody should know what we are doing is not child's play.
Yes.
What we are doing is a serious business. They are here as citizens of United States of Biafra, even though they have Nigerian passport in their hand, but they recognize them as the citizens of United States of Biafra. And that's our mission, to see that every Biafran identified with the United States of Biafra is recognized as a citizen of the United States of Biafra. Thank you, DPM. Thank you for the great work. Thank you, people who are the United Foreign Affairs and everyone working hard for the United States of Biafra. Thank you so much and God bless you all.
Thank you.
DPM, I just forgot. Yesterday or day before yesterday, while we were still on this matter, I was surprised to receive a call from another people, 3 of them, who has been there since September of last year. We don't even know. I think they've been talking to Ipob West Africa. Up till now, they have been there since September of last year. So I've sent a message to Honorable Brgie. The moment I get his approval, then we'll be on their case and see how we can help them to come out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You see, that's why I try to educate and let our people know that the destruction of the Nigeria state is a primary task of every Biafran. If you, I know I posted something, I say it's okay to know your friends.
Yeah.
But if you don't know your enemies, then you're just back to square one. If you don't know your enemies, every success that you have your enemy is going to draw you back. That is why at this final stage of the Biafra protection and full restoration, there must be a clear-cut signal between our enemies and our friends. Bully, stop!
Wow. Yeah.
All right, so there must be a clear cut between your friends and your enemies in the Biafra freedom. The Onyendu said the Nigerian government brought out billions of dollars to fight me, to fight you, to fight the USB cabinet, to fight the foreign state companies, to fight the stakeholders, to fight the vision and the board.